Edward. Is there any way to turn it off? All right, cool.
Ready when you are, Madam Chair.
No.
Let's try again. Rebecca, could you test your microphone?
This isn't working either. Is yours working? Is it live?
I don't know, that must be locked or something, I'm not sure. It's working also.
It's just locked in.
Swap.
Yeah, just swap everything.
So,
I guess it's working.
oh, good.
It's cold, makes my nose run.
Oh, yeah.
Hold, please. We still are waiting on audio to go into Zoom.
These may be all day. Did you read the clips today?
Rebecca, can you say something into the line?
Get him on the phone.
Commissioner Lett, could we try with you speaking? Test 1, 2, test 1, 2.
Commissioner Lang or Commissioner Curry, can you hear us?
Yes,
She just nodded.
yes,
Ready to begin.
All right, just confirming Commissioner Curry, can you hear me?
yes.
All right, are we ready to go?
We're ready.
All right, third time's the charm. Hello, Flint. As
Hey, now.
for anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI. Our live stream today includes closed captioning, ASL interpretation, and Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services for effective participation in this meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. /MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those closed caption transcripts will be made available and posted on the michigan.gov/MICRC website, along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that can be accessed by visiting michigan.gov. Edward or 517-331-6309. For the purposes of the public watching and for the public record, I will turn to the Michigan Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Hello, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely, as well as your physical location. I'll call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Doug Clark.
Present. Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
One moment, Commissioner Curry. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2.
We're waiting for
Yes.
the Department of State to check in the commissioners who are present, and there appears to be an issue with Commissioner Curry responding and being able to be heard.
Yes, we're experiencing further audio issues. Thank you for your patience. Hello, test 1, 2. Commissioner Curry, could you restate where you're attending from?
Yes, I'm attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Anthony Eid,
Present.
Brittany Kellum, Rhonda Lang,
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett,
Present.
Cynthia Orton, MC Rothorn,
Present. Present.
Rebecca Satella,
Present.
Janice Follett, Aaron Wagner,
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss,
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
All commissioners are present.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. As a reminder to the public watching, you can view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I will now entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches,
Second.
seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, it is moved and seconded that today's agenda be adopted. All in favor, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. I am unaware of any commission business to cover this afternoon, so we're going to move right into the public comments. Without objection, our host commissioner, Richard Weiss, will now provide a presentation. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Commissioner Weiss.
Good afternoon, Flint. On behalf of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission, thank you so much for joining us today. We need you to hashtag show up, speak to help us hashtag draw fair maps. In 2018, Michigan voters by more than 61% empowered citizens, not legislators, to draw hashtag draw fair maps. Consequently, the MICRC represents an initiative by Michigan residents, not liberals, moderates, or conservatives. Voters made an intentional and deliberate effort to form the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission by filling in the yes oval on the proposal 2018-2. Next slide, please. What is redistricting? Every 10 years, the U.S. Census district lines for U.S. Congressional, State House, and State Senate must be redrawn in states across the country to accurately reflect their population. The process of drawing lines is known as redistricting. In Michigan, there are 161 congressional, state senate, and state house districts that need to be drawn for the 2022 election cycle. For the first time in Michigan's history, residents have an opportunity to provide input on drawing maps for Michigan's congressional, house, and senate districts. Next slide, please. Why should you care? Openness, transparency, and public engagement represent the principles of this new redistricting process. Now you have an opportunity to ensure your voice and your community's voice is heard. Instead of politicians choosing their districts to best represent their interests, Michigan residents can share their interests to assist in developing their district through the Michigan Independent Citizen Redistricting Commission. We need your assistance to help us. Hashtag draw fair maps. Please turn it over to Sue Ann Hammersmith. Sue Ann?
Good afternoon, and thank you for being here today, and thank you for your patience while the AV situations got worked out. The second round of public hearings are described in the Michigan Constitution. Next slide, please.
A little louder, Sue, please.
I can't. Okay, can you hear me now? Okay, sorry. I think my mic was too high. Okay, if we can go to the next slide, please. Go back one, please. There. All right, we're together. So there are requirements in the Constitution for the second round of public hearings. First, we're here to solicit public comments regarding the proposed 161 districts. There are 110 House, 38 State Senate, and 13 congressional districts. Each proposed plan has to include the census data, the map, and the legal description, and our Constitution does require 5 public hearings. Next slide, please. There are 20 maps on the michigan.gov/MICRC portal. 10 were drawn collaboratively by the commission in open meetings over the past few weeks. And then there are also 10 individual maps. So there's a total of 8 congressional and 6 each state Senate and state House maps for review on the portal. Commissioners Clark, Eid, Lang, Zatella, and Orton were the ones who drew individual maps. Next slide. As you probably know, if you followed the process at all, there are 7 criteria in the Constitution in rank order. So the first is the federal law, equal population and adherence to the Voting Rights Act. Secondly, the districts have to be geographically contiguous. Third, reflect the state's diversity and communities of interest. Fourth and fifth, not provided as disproportionate advantage to any political party or favor or disfavor an incumbent or a candidate for office. 6, reflect consideration of county, city, and township boundaries. And 7th, be reasonably compact. And again, those are all in rank order. The process for adopting the maps is to ensure that the maps are tested and published after the maps are drafted. Then there will be at least 45 days for public comment. The commission expects to adopt the maps by a week from Friday on November 5th. That would not adopt, but to determine those that they will publish for the 45-day round of public comments. So those maps will be published shortly thereafter and available again for 45 days for anybody to comment on. After the 45 days, the commission anticipates voting on December 30th on the final maps, and then they will become law 60 days after that. The Michigan Supreme Court is the only court that has jurisdiction over this process, and they can review at their discretion any challenges to the maps. If there's any map that they feel does not comply with the Michigan Constitution, they can send it back to this commission to be adjusted or fixed. So the MICRC is the only body that can create and adopt maps for the Michigan State Senate, State House, and the congressional districts. Next, I'd like to introduce General Counsel Julianne Pastula for a few comments.
Good afternoon, Flint. Can everybody hear me? Great, thank you. My name is Julianne Pastula. I'm the General Counsel for the Commission, and I would like to cover participation, procedure, and decorum for this afternoon's public hearing. First, as to participation, the time limit for each public comment speaker is 1 minute, 30 seconds. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. The countdown will begin when you start speaking. You may not yield your time to another speaker. As to procedure, the in-person public comments will take place first, followed by remote public comments. Both in-person and remote participants will be called in the order of sign-up. As to decorum, please note the Constitution prohibits commissioners, staff, attorneys, or consultants from discussing redistricting matters with members of the public outside of an open meeting or in writing. So please provide your comments to the full commission either at this meeting or at the public comment portal, which is available online at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. And lastly, if any person disrupts the orderly progress of this meeting or refuses to comply with applicable MICIC guidelines and rules, the chairperson may rule that person out of order and/or order their removal from this meeting. Thank you for welcoming us to your community, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you, General Counsel. Without objection, we will begin public comment pertaining to our meeting. Hearing no objection, we will proceed with public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide in-person public commentary will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the nearest microphone when I call your number. We have two, one on each side. You will have 90 seconds to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when your 90 seconds has ended and you hear the timer. Please also go to the public comment tool to share your comments in writing, including any specific area of the map about which you are speaking. The public comment tool is available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. First in line to provide public comment is number 1.
Thank you. My name is Tom Moran, and I signed up early because I'm a school bus driver in Fenton, and I have to do my afternoon run. I'll keep it short. Michigan has become a leader with the citizen-drawn political maps. We've finally taken the power back from politicians and lobbyists. I'm proud to say I helped get this thing passed. I got 1,000 signatures to put it on the ballot. 3 key principles should be your guide when you draw the maps up. First, the political party that gets the most votes statewide should win the most seats. It's only fair. Second, competitive districts are best. That way politicians will listen to you when you speak up. Third, do not pack minority voters into a few districts. This reduces their power. Trust the voters and let's get this done.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 2 and numbers 3 and 4, you can also approach the microphone and be ready to speak. Number 2, you can begin speaking when you reach the mic.
Good afternoon. We are here to be recognized. We are here to represent our communities. We're here to give you the context of our communities. We are here because we've been divided as a populace along lines that are convenient to political entities. These people can't tell you about the town I grew up in, or the little rivalries between the towns that make them a community. So I'm asking, please, consider the people here, the citizens, the members of this community that are telling you about their homes, the homes that I'm sure you all desperately want to go back to after this meeting.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 3.
Madam Chair,
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, Commissioner Lang?
we're still having a little bit of trouble hearing. ASL is having trouble hearing the speakers online. I don't know if they need to speak more into the mic or what, but if we could address that.
It's horrible feedback.
Yeah, so if everybody could speak clearly into the microphone and maybe give it a little extra volume, that would be helpful.
Susan Hendricks, Grand Point, Michigan. I first want to thank you all for your work here. It was very active in the passage of proposal 2 as were thousands of others. A strong majority of Michiganders voted to approve it. 201, when I spoke to people about this proposal, they were horrified at the state of gerrymandering would happen. They wanted more than anything to return to one person, one vote. They wanted to see an electorate of 48% orange and 42% green. Then the numbers of legislatures matched the makeup of the state. They no party was favored other than by its number of voters. They wanted competitive districts, so the primaries mattered, but elections more. Competitive so our legislators had to work for us to earn our votes, not special interests and extreme views. The Princeton gerrymander projects rates these maps at no better than a C. These maps must all be improved in these areas. We should see advantages to be to the parties with the most voters. Otherwise, we're disenfranchising all of us. They should be competitive. They are represented, not the other way around. The Constitution says all powers inherent in people, but without improvement in these factors.
Ma'am, would you mind maybe taking off your mask and leaning closer to the microphone? Our translator can't hear you and the people online can't hear you.
Okay. Okay.
You can start again, yes.
All right, great. First, I want to thank you all for your vote here. Okay, how's that? I was very active in the passage of Prop 2, as were thousands of others. A strong majority of Michiganders voted to approve it. 201, when I spoke to people about this proposal, they were horrified by the state of gerrymandering we had. They wanted more than anything else to return to one person, one vote. They wanted to see that an electorate of 48% orange and 42% green, that the numbers of legislators matched the makeup of the state, that no party was favored other than by its number of voters. They wanted competitive districts so that primaries mattered, but elections more. Competitive so as legislators had to work for us to earn the votes, not special interests and extreme views. For instance, gerrymander project racist maps no better to see. They must all be improved in these areas. We should see advantages to the parties with the most voters, otherwise you are disenfranchising us all. When the executive director of the civil rights tells you that the maps will not pass federal law, they must be adjusted. We must require the same number of minority opportunity districts as previous redistricting plans. Flint, Burton, and Detroit must be adjusted to prove representation of minorities. Please reference the AFL-CIO and promote the vote plans for ways that partisan balance, competitiveness, and minority protection and voting rights acts can be met. I know this is hard, but we work too hard to stop gerrymandering and return the vote to the people to not make these maps the best they can be. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. I'm really sorry, everybody, but with the goal of improving the audio, we're going to take a 10-minute recess so that we can try to resolve whatever the issue is that we're having. I'm very sorry. I know you've all been very patient so far. So without objection, we are going to recess until 2 p.m. Hearing no objection, we are in recess.
Back to Rebecca. 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2. Rebecca's mic. 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2. Rebecca's mic. 1, 2, 3. Check. Check. Check 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Check 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2, 3. Mic check 1, 2, 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3. 6 inches.
Good luck with that.
Okay. Check. 1, 2. Stage left. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Check. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2, 3. 2. Test 1, 2. Check test. 1, 2, 3. Mic. Good.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I've got that paper for you whenever you're ready too. Yeah, redistricting 201. I've got 2 edits. I'll just put it down by your spot.
Mic check 1, 2. Left mic 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Left 1, 2, 3. That's 1, 2. Check 1, 2, 3. Mic check 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check test 1, 2, 3. That's 1, 2, 3. Mic check 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Test 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Mic check 1, 2, 3. Mic check. Test 1, 2. 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Check, test. 1, 2, 3. Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Test. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4. Check. Test. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Testing. 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2. 1, 2. Test. 1, 2. Testing. 5, 6. Testing. Check. Test. Testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Check. Test.
Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Test 1, 2, 3, 4.
Test 1, 2, test 1, 2, test 1, 2, test 1, 2.
I can hear you.
Yeah, we need to hear it overhead. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. Test. Yeah, but we need to hear it overhead, not on Zoom.
Yeah, it's plugged in.
Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. There we go.
That's
Test 1, 2, test 1, 2.
This one needs to be that.
No, it doesn't. It needs to be this one. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. Is this microphone on? Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. Test 1, 2, test. Test. There we go. That's better.
I can hear it.
Test. Can you hear me? Okay, great.
Yes,
Test. Everybody can hear me now.
yes, we can hear you. All right, sorry for that very extended delay, guys. As Chair of the Commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 2:18 PM. Can the Secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely, as well as where you are physically attending from. I'll call on you in alphabetical order, starting with Doug Clark. Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Ede. Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett. Cynthia Orton. MC Rothorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett. Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss. Dustin Witches. 12 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you. Let's get right back into our public comment. Numbers 3, 4, 5, and 6, if you can approach the microphone, and number 3, you can begin as soon as you're ready. So 3 left? Oh, 3 was the last one I did. I'm sorry. 4.
Good evening or good afternoon. My name is Robert DeCou, and I'm a Army vet, and I worked 39 years at General Motors as a tool and die maker. I live in Mayville, Michigan. Outside of Mayville, Michigan, I farm, and I'd like to discuss your state house map, your pine map, and your peach map, and your oak map. Have my farm an appendage that comes out. Now Carroll is my county seat, and you have Carroll in a different district, in District 57, and you got me over in 49 in all 3 of those maps. I'd like to have you guys correct that. I own 240 acres, and that's appendage is almost everything I own. You know, why would you do this? You know, make it a straight line going down through there, okay? Now, I don't have any problem with the rest of that. I just have a problem of me being isolated. And I'll tell you something else. My group that we put together were the 3rd largest collector of signatures to put this on the ballot up here for you guys. My group, the 3rd largest. So I'm very what do you want to say? Invested in this, okay? So I appreciate it if you guys would move that, okay? Does that mean my time's up?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 5.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Mona DeQuee. I want to thank you for the commission for your service and long hours of sacrifice. Having volunteered for the effort to pass Proposition 2, it is especially meaningful to be here today to encourage you to honor the will of nearly 70% of the vote to end partisan gerrymandering. As a volunteer for voters, not politicians, I met people of both parties who supported partisan fairness when drawing the district lines. This was very inspiring. Your maps continue to represent a Republican advantage in a state where the majority votes Democratic. Currently, there is a troubling trend toward minority rule nationally. In our state, we see Republican victories despite winning fewer statewide votes than Democrats. I quote a Detroit News article dated November 20th, 2018. Despite a 52 to 47% edge for Democrats, the GOP won more seats and will enjoy a 58 to 51 advantage in the House. Same for the Senate. Democrats also won more votes in the Senate races, 50 to 48% for Democrats, but the GOP held a 22
to 16 majority. This cannot be healthy for our democracy. Lastly, I want to encourage you to keep the city of Flint together in order to maintain a majority-minority district. As you move forward in your deliberations, please fulfill the promise made by the passage of Proposition 2. Please draw fair lines while protecting communities of interest. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 6.
Holly, Independence Township, Oakland County. I submitted a state house redistricting map consisting of the village of Clarkston and Independence, Springfield, and White Lake Townships. My understanding was that communities of interest is a key metric after federal regulations intended to form the basis for the redistricting plan. The basic building block for my community of interest was a shared school system, as well as shared recreation and senior services and business cooperation. I'm not sure what communities of interest underlie the draft maps, but one thing for sure, the townships are all chopped up. This is contrary to the way we live. Our township government set things from zoning regulations to trick-or-treating hours and provide all sorts of services for the entire township. It makes no sense to combine parts of these communities of interest with a random collection of parts of other townships with dissimilar interest. What is the rationale for now? I propose that the draft maps be re-evaluated with a focus on communities of interest as the key metric. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Numbers 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Good afternoon. My name is Dennis Quell. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here today. I'm a lifelong resident of Midland. I was reminded of this meaning of the Lady of Justice symbol. The blindfold represents objectivity and impartiality, that justice should be meted out without regardless of money, wealth, or power. You must make your decisions based on the mandates in the same manner. When there is any inappropriate intent among yourselves, you will need to have the courage to call it out and make each other accountable. Please look at the Oak State map and Commissioner Lang's state, Senate, and congressional plans when fixing maps in our area. These maps are representative of our area. I would also like to thank Commissioner Orton and Clark for acknowledging the Tippecanoe County's watershed in their map proposals and for keeping Midland with Gladwin. I would like to push back on the argument that these funny shaped districts are not gerrymandering, when in actuality, that was the basis for this commission to exist in the first place. Unfortunately, the maps that separate the city of Midland from Midland County then goes east to Bay City is a perfect example of what Eldridge Gerry said in 1812, gerrymandering. I would like to commend each of you for volunteering for public service. This is not an easy task. This project will require each of you to view all these public comments, endure continuous pressures from various organizations, as well as views and ideas from your fellow commissioners, and make hard decisions. I honestly believe that the only way this can be done is to go back to the original intent of the Constitution as written and the specific mandate you've been given. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 8.
Hello, my name is Debbie Kirchner, and I'm a retired GM worker and a member of UAW Local 598. In the UAW, we know that there is strength in numbers, and that's why I'm asking you to keep the city of Flint together in one district. Flint voters have already had their voting power diminished by the emergency managers and the water crisis, among other things. To further diminish the voting power of Flint citizens by dividing them into 2 districts is just another way of taking away the strength of their combined votes to fight for Flint's unique issues. If Flint is to grow and prosper, we must allow its citizens to grow together as one strong unit and to be able to elect one representative who is part of the community and knows the issues and the concerns that will help make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 9.
Hi, my name is Becky Howie. I'm a current worker at the Flint Assembly GM truck plant, member of Local 598. And I want a partisan fairness in the redistricting of the map in our area. I believe the current proposed map disadvantages the city of Flint residents by splitting the city into 2 districts. Putting some Flint residents in with Flushing and some in with Grand Blanc is not a positive for Flint. Grand Blanc and Flushing are basically polar opposites of Flint. Flint needs to stay whole to have fair representations of its citizens. Their voice will be drowned out if the current proposed changes are made. Current proposed maps are mainly favoring only one party, so they're not really fair to the citizens of Flint. So with those reasons, I support the AFL-CIO partisan map project. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 10. Okay, that's fine.
Hi, my name is Christina Sarazin, and I am a proud UAW member for the past 32 years. I want to thank the commission for all of their hard work. I have sat through many of your meetings, both in person and online. I have heard people applaud you, thank you, scold you, yell at you, and worst of all, threaten you. I would not want to do your job for $1 million right now, and I really appreciate all the hard work that you're doing. Your maps are getting closer, but work is still needed to be done. In my opinion, partisan fairness should be the #1 community of interest. It is a community of interest, just like schools, churches, and community services. Emergency services, churches, hospitals, and watersheds will still work together to keep our communities safe, regardless of where lines are drawn. How our citizens are represented in our legislative houses is what changes. Right now, one party has an overwhelming advantage over the other. No matter how you draw the maps, there will be safe red and safe blue districts. The goal should be purple districts with as close to zero bias as possible. All of our legislators should have to work to be elected, and once elected, have to listen to all their constituents, regardless of the party that they are elected from. Today, I'm asking that you please keep the city of Flint whole for a state house district so they can be properly represented. Splitting the city like you currently have it will result in the city losing one of the few Black state Senate representatives we have. Our minority communities deserve proper representation. Fix Flint and fix Detroit on the maps, please. I support the AFL-CIO Fair Maps project, and partisan fairness should be the #1 consideration drawing lines. That's why Michigan voted for this commission. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Numbers 11, 12, 13, and 14. Number 11, you can go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Howard Barron, a volunteer with VNP. Proposal 2 overwhelmingly passed because it guaranteed that political gerrymandering would be eliminated. Unfortunately, your current collaborative maps still show significant partisan bias. You have more work to do. Jeff Timmer, who engineered the past 2 redistricting efforts, has publicly admitted that his gerrymandering strategies were first to use a loophole in the Voting Rights Act that permitted packing of Black voters into majority-minority districts, and second, to keep cities, townships, and counties together because they act as surrogates for political communities. Please make sure you don't inadvertently fall into these partisan traps. Do not violate criteria number 4 by approving maps with partisan advantage. The Adelson-Handley team has told you that your collaborative maps are compliant with the Voting Rights Act. Rely on your experts and move on. Criteria number 3 does not require you to keep every community of interest intact if it means that the statewide partisan fairness measures take a hit. The partisan fairness measures must be brought to as close to zero as possible. All redistricting experts confirm that maps do exist, which can satisfy all 7 criteria at the same time. Your job now is to find the proverbial needles in this very large haystack. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 12.
Hello, my name is Kellogg Dubzinski. I have lived in Michigan my whole life. I'm the organizer for Local 948, the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW. 948 has nearly 500 members in Genesee, Lapeer, and Shiawassee counties. Within its membership, we have every type of voter. What I'm here to tell you today is this. This is your time to do what is right for Michigan voters by finally having partisan fairness in Michigan. Michigan deserves to have partisan bias scores to be less than 1%. If the scores are still above 1%, I feel you still have work to do. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 13.
Hello, I'm Travis Brady with the Michigan Building Trades Council. First off, thank you for the tedious job that you guys are undertaking. We appreciate it. I'm here on behalf of nearly 100,000 hardworking men and women of the building trades and who deserve partisan fair maps. And we also support the AFL-CIO project. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 14.
Bloomfield. My name is Jeannie Wonders and I live in Bloomfield Hills. Actually, let me correct that. I live in Bloomfield Township, but we use Bloomfield Hills to list our address because we're a community of interest. Communities of interest should take priority over partisan fairness. There is a Birmingham Bloomfield Chamber of Commerce. That's there for a reason. We're a community of interest. The Birmingham School District crosses over into Bloomfield Township. We share in our kids' education because we're a community of interest. My request for the commission is to keep Bloomfield Township, Birmingham, and Bloomfield Hills together. We are a combined community of interest. Our families are friends. Our kids go to school together. All of this with regards to the Senate spruce map, the congressional map, the maple map, and the House map, the pine map. Please don't divide us. Also, my grandkids play mite hockey in Farmington Hills. After the games, we go over to Riley Park to the city of Farmington with the team. Please keep these very important communities of interest together, Farmington and Farmington Hills. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Numbers 15, 16, 17, and 18. And 15, you can begin speaking when you reach the microphone.
Hello, it's been a week of long days for all of you, and I appreciate your time and efforts, but it will have all been wasted if you settle on any of the proposed maps as they stand. Let's talk efficiency gap, a measure of fairness, which is criteria number 4. All current maps favor Republicans. The congressional map present is by 6.7%. Your maps are by 0.6 to 1.3. They're better. Senate map, current one, is by 6.9%. Your maps are 3.1 to 6.2%. Not good enough. The House map is currently 8.1% advantage to Republicans, and your maps are 5.7 to 7.4. That's pathetic. I watched all day and spoke at the Detroit meeting. I heard 3 requests repeatedly. Communities of interest, number 1, like the Bangladesh who asked to keep their neighborhoods intact. 2, people of color asking for proper representation. And 3, fair maps with efficiency gaps close to 0 as possible. I urge you to look at the promote the vote maps and apply these 3 requests to those maps. You have one chance to get this right. These maps will affect representation for the next decade. Michigan repeatedly votes 51 or more % Democrat and 49 or less % Republican. We must have the share of seats that match the vote share. Do not vote to accept any map that has an efficiency gap of more than 1%. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 16.
Commissioners, thank you for your time today. My name is Steve Prang and I live in Commerce Township. I was inspired by the knitting analogy a woman presented to you in Rochester Hills on September 30th. So here's my analogy. A very popular proposal passed in 2018 to amend the Michigan State Constitution. It tasked a group of 13 people with designing the wheel. There are 7 criteria, including size, cost, durability, efficiency, etc. The people of Michigan will have to use their design for all land transportation for the next decade. The group worked tirelessly, first with a 4-sided wheel, then 6, and then 8. As time was running out, they came up with a 12-sided wheel. This was the product of their efforts. This was what they proposed to the people of Michigan. But another group came up with a different design that did a much better job of meeting the constitutionally mandated criteria, particularly with respect to efficiency. They designed a round wheel. The 13-person group knows about this design and has the opportunity to adopt it. Would they let ego, pride, or anything else stand in their way of adopting the objectively superior round wheel? So in my analogy, efficiency is the efficiency gap. Your maps are the 12-sided wheel, and the promote the vote maps, or the AFL-CIO maps, are the round wheel. Please do the right thing. Provide us with the best maps that are available. There's too much writing on it. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 17.
My name is Linda Forrester, and I live in Bay County. Thank you, commissioners, for all that you have done. Not an easy job. I am going to represent the 3 cities that should stay together: Midland, Bay City, Saginaw. I've heard various arguments on the district, how this is formed. They are communities of interest. We've talked about this, the education, the I-75 corridor, and keeping the agriculture urban and setting their best interests at heart. It is in these communities that we feel that in the past this has not occurred. They've been separated, and so the senator of that area does not meet the needs of the entire community. It is urgent. This is my opportunity to speak how I feel after 60 years of voting and witnessing this. I beg you to be careful how you put these maps together. It's going to last a decade, and how you choose it. And it could affect all of us in a negative fashion. Bipartisan, nonpartisan is my greatest concern, and that these representatives and senators fit all of our needs. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 18.
Good afternoon, commissioners. I am LaCrisha Handy, Flint Township resident here in Genesee County. Partisan fairness is a community of interest, and we need to keep that in mind. That is why the people of Michigan voted for the proposal that created the commission. The proposed House maps splits the city of Flint, and this is unacceptable to people of color. For as long as I can remember, the city has always had its own set of unique challenges. Therefore, the city of Flint needs its own representative. If the city is split, Genesee County will not have minority representation. People of color, especially us African Americans, will not be heard, even though it is our right to have our voices heard. Blacks should be able to elect someone that looks like us, because it is he or she that truly knows and understands our wants, our needs, and our struggles. I urge the commission to not split the city of Flint. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 19.
Hello there, Commission. You see me again quite a bit. My name is Norman Clement from Detroit. And I'm addressing you guys to understand again, reiterate, make sure you guys are hearing the people.
Can you lean a little closer to the mic? I know you're very tall, so
No problem.
sorry.
So I hope you guys are really taking to heart to what the people are saying in each community that you went to. Listen to them, what they're saying. Communities of interest, efficiency gap. Communities of interest, efficiency gap. This is simple. You guys have a job to do. We trust you. We thank you for this job. It's a tough job to do. But we understand that it's not done. It's something that's not to be rushed. Consider everyone in this room about communities of interest and fair maps to efficient gap to 0. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 20.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Wang from Voters Not Politicians. It's hard not to reflect right now about where we came from. 10 years ago, our politicians were behind closed doors drawing our maps with one singular focus in mind: to bake in as much partisan advantage as they could in the maps. And here we are after a massive grassroots effort and 61% of the vote, on the verge of having you, 13 citizens, draw our next set of district maps. To finish the job, we implore you to please do what you have to do, make big changes, look on the portal, listen to the commenters, and do whatever needs to be done to get the partisan efficiency gap down to 0. That partisan efficiency gap is the single most important measure, that number by which this commission, your maps, our entire movement is going to be judged to see whether we have been a success or not. That is a bright line between whether we're going to have fair elections for the next 10 years or whether our elections will still be unfair. And we need fair elections. We need our politicians to fight for every single vote. We need them to make promises to us to engage in an honest debate of ideas. And when they don't deliver, we need them to know that we can hold them accountable. And that's what partisan fairness does. Please, there's a lot of work to do, but there are maps on the portal that show that you can do everything. You can respect COIs and achieve partisan fairness. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Numbers 21, 22, 23, and 24, and 21, you can begin when you reach the microphone.
Good afternoon. My name is Muriel Samuels, born and raised in Flint, lifelong resident of Flint. I'm a proud local 659 retired General Motors, and I would first like to thank the commission for all their hard work, but you are not there yet. Please do not split the city of Flint. After all that the city has been through, to divide us would be another slap in the face to the residents and of the city of Flint. We support the AFL-CIO Fair Maps project. Partisan fairness should be the #1 consideration when drawing the lines. This is why the people of Michigan voted for this commission. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 22.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Ted Seeger. I'm a long-term resident of Saginaw Township and Saginaw County. I want to speak a little bit about both congressional districts and principles that apply also to the state legislature. I urge the commission to draw the new district maps to recognize the communities of common interest. And by common interest, I mean neighborhoods, townships, counties, and local regions that share common living conditions, economies, and lifestyles. I urge the commission to provide full representation to each community of interest by drawing boundaries that do not divide communities in such a way that their power and their voices are diluted. Please do not draw boundaries that are torturous as those of the past, placing citizens with conflicting needs into a single district. In that way, no one is represented. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 23.
Hello, can you hear me? Okay, hi. I'm Ginny Wade. I'm from Oxford. I wanted to thank you guys for hearing my comment today. I'd like you to open your maps to State House District 46. I would ask that Oxford Precinct 3 and Precinct 5, as well as Addison Township, remain as a community, a nonpartisan community of interest in our school districts, and that we would remain together. Again, that's District 46. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 24.
Hi, good afternoon. Evelyn Archer from Oxford, as well as the previous speaker eloquently put it. And again, District 46, we would love to see Oxford and Addison remain one community of interest, a nonpartisan community of interest, which does not negate our vote. We are united in terms of our school district. We're united in terms of our sports teams, even in our school districts. And we would hope that you do not apply subjective efficiency gap standards that would nullify the desires of the voters. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Numbers 25, 26, 27, and 28, and 25, you can go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Jonathan Forrest. I'm from Orion Township. And, my neighbors to the north, which is Oxford, I believe that they should stay in the district with District 46 with Addison Township. They are a shared community of interest, much like Orion and Oxford is as well. And much like how Flint is a community of interest as well, because it's Flint. So I would recommend that you take into account that these communities of interests are better when united as one body of voters and citizens of this great state of Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 26.
Hi, my name is Kathy Otto. I am a GM UAW retiree. I'm also chair of one of the retiree groups, many of which reside in the city of Flint. Flint needs to be in its own state house district. This plan is nullifying the black vote, splitting them up. The way the proposal is drawn, Grand Blanc, which is mostly white Republican area, was left whole, but the city of Flint was split up. After all that, the city of Flint has been through with the water problems that poisoned many of the Flint kids and families, they need to be able to be represented by those they know have a voice and a heart for Flint. Again, I must reiterate, you left the white Republican city of Grand Blanc intact, but split up Flint, nullifying the black vote. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 27. I'm sorry, we had heard that 27 was going to come back this afternoon. So 28.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you. My name is Ward Lindsay. I was born and raised and still live in Genesee County. I worked really hard with Voters Not Politicians in 2017 and 2018 to get this commission to make it a reality, and we did move a mountain. I'm really proud of the work that we did for that. And by and large, the maps, the proposed maps, the various versions are an improvement over our past horrible gerrymandered maps. However, mere improvement is not enough. Mere improvement is not enough. These maps, I think of all the people whose doors I knocked on to convince to vote for this commission, of all the signatures we gathered, the trust that the people placed that this commission would produce maps that did not have a partisan advantage. That is a sacred trust. And when I look at all of the proposed maps, so many of them seem to give a partisan advantage to Republicans, and that is not acceptable. That's not why people signed the petition. That's not why people voted for this commission. So I want you to keep that in mind, and that is a higher priority than communities of interest by the definition by law. The other thing, and I'm the only person saying this, I was really dismayed when I read on October 9th that on October 8th, the commission voted to put forward some more maps, and 4 of the commissioners were not present. I'm a partisan, I am a Democrat, but the only way I was willing to cede some power to this commission was that all of you would show up and vote. My side, the other side, you all need to be there when you take the votes. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 29 and 30.
Hello, my name is Pastor Alfred L. Harris, Saints of God Church in Flint, and also president of the Concerned Pastors Social Action, which were the water crisis warriors. I'm here today because I don't want to go backwards. I don't want to see the city of Flint go backwards. So I'm asking you all to please vote according to the Voters' Rights Act. I'm asking you please to be wary, keep it in your mind. Gerrymandering and voter suppression is a real thing. I feel in my heart of hearts that to divide Flint is just taking away Black representation. We can't do that. As a matter of fact, if it happens, it will be Bloody Sunday without the dogs without the horsemen, without the sticks going on folks' head, but the results will be the same. I'm tired of people saying, I like you, I understand you, but you keep doing the same thing. Keep Flint together. It would be a disgrace if we don't have Black representation in Lansing.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 30. Do we have number 30? Okay, 31, 32, 33, and 34. And 31, you can begin speaking when you reach the mic. And just to let everybody know, I know we started really late. If for some reason you have to leave and you come back at 5 o'clock, we do typically start with the numbers that were called in the morning. So if you're number 27 and you're not here and you're here at 5, we would call you first. You wouldn't have to wait till everybody signs up at 5. Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Alexander Gavlik. This is actually the third time I've spoken with you, but the first that I'm speaking to you on behalf of people other than just myself. I'm from Clarkston, Michigan. That's Independence Township. It's about 37,000 people, half an hour south of here in North Oakland County. Right now, all of your proposed congressional maps place it in District 10, which is the thumb district. That assignment is a mistake. The thumb is agriculture, it's lakeshore, it's the port to Canada. Clarkston is something else. Clarkston is the intersection of I-75 and US 24. It's home to thousands of people who commute to work in Metro Detroit. It should be with its sister cities in Oakland County rather than with the thumb. Right now, only one plan, I believe it's the Birch proposal, actually creates a congressional district for central and western Oakland County. And that is the district that Clarkston should be in. It's District 3 on that map. Now, I mentioned I'm not just here on behalf of myself. I'm also here on behalf of 53 residents of Independence Township who signed a statement saying the same thing I'm telling you now, that Clarkston belongs in an Oakland County district, not with the thumb. If they had all been able to make it here today, we'd be speaking to you for 2 hours. So I hope that you take their written statement with as much weight as you take my spoken one. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 32.
My name is Ann Heyer. I live in Lapeer County. Lapeer County currently has a state representative representing the whole county. He has been term limited. So I presume that because we have nobody standing up for us, that's why the county has now been split into 3 different state representative districts, which is just is a total agricultural community. And I realize nobody's going to be happy from the sounds of everything. It's a difficult job that you're doing. But I would also like to echo what number 29 said. You're all getting paid $55,575. You all knew what the job was when your names were drawn at random out of the hat. I am appalled when I read published reports of the high absentee rates of some of the members of this commission. It's supposed to be representing the citizens, and if you don't show up, you're not really representing us.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 33.
Hello, my name is Renee Rapinati from Orion Township. Commenting on State House District 29 involving Lake Orion, Oxford, and surrounding communities and the lines currently drawn involving them. I know the commissioners cannot be expected to be experts in all parts of Michigan, so those of us who are living in these communities are here to help and direct you in an effort to keep communities of interest intact as we were promised by voters when Prop 2 was passed. As residents of Orion and business owners in Oxford for 23 years, my husband and I serve these communities, and we know this area and its people both personally and professionally very well. It is not in the residents' best interest to split these sister cities that have so much in common. In many cases, we are referred to as one entity in LO-OX. We share the same infrastructures, churches, shopping, businesses, etc., as an integrated community. This is a rural area with small farming, dirt roads, wells for water, and acreage for homeowners who hunt their own land. We also share similar interests with cities north and east as Addison Township and Oakland Township, where one of Orion's middle schools is physically located. The current map pairs these two cities down M24 south of 75 and wraps around Pontiac into Bloomfield areas, 50 miles apart, end to end and around the corner. These cities are much less rural and we do not share interests, infrastructure, schools, churches, municipalities, or anything else with these areas. The cities of Lake Orion up together and better paired with surrounding areas continuing north, east, and west in order to keep COIs together. We want fair representation and we want our voices to be heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 34.
Hello, my name is Mercedes Worsing. I live in Oakland Township, and I am here to speak on behalf of my neighboring communities, Lake Orion and Oxford. And what I want to share with you is that historically, economically, and culturally, these communities have so much in common. And I think what's very sad, well, first of all, historically, because it is a rural farming community and we have small businesses that are starting to take off. And during this economic time, it's very important to let them collaborate together. And culturally, it is a beautiful diversity of people with different churches in our school districts. In closing, I would like to share with you that the way this district has been drawn, it almost looks like a telephone from the 1970s. It just goes so far long in the distance, like the lady before said, 50 miles. It doesn't make sense to cut off two precincts in Oxford when they belong together. And I also want to share with you that I think it's very important for all of us here to remember, we are one race. We are not Republicans and Democrats. We are Michigan citizens that want the best for our state and our country. Remember how we lost our manufacturing business in 2007. We need to focus on keeping our communities together, just like to keep Flint together. We want to be kept together.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 35, 36, 37, and 38.
My name is Ron Ansara. I live in Grand Lake. I am the chairman for Local 659 Retirees Chapter with over 9,000 members. I'd like to thank the commission for the work they are doing for the residents of Michigan. I also asked the commission not to split the city of Flint for the state house seats. The city deserves its own representation for all the events, after all the events that has happened to the city in the last 10 years. Partisan fairness should be the #1 consideration when drawing the lines. That is why I support the AFL-CIO Fairness Math Project. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 36.
Hello, my name is Catherine Clark. I have been a native in Flint for 68 years. I partner with NAC Neighborhood Action Council. We work alongside churches, schools, organizations, and community block clubs, building, restoring, and enriching our neighborhoods. The redistricting maps that I have seen does not work for Flint. We look like a pie cut into several pieces. Who represents us? Who are our representatives? And how will the legislator help us in this way? We need a different map, one that represents Flint as a whole. We live in Genesee County and we want to be represented as voters and taxpayers in our county, and we need a different map. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 37.
Too tall right here. All right. All right. Hello, commission. My name is Raymond Barber. I am from Bay City, Michigan, and I'm here to represent the young people as a community of interest. I'm thankful for the current work that you're doing. I'm thankful for the congressional map so far, and I'm thankful for you guys taking on the voices of the people. I think it's important to remember that you all live here in the state as well as us, and you care very much about the future. So as a young person that grew up in the Tri-City area, that came from the public education system, we are a community of interest. We don't see Tri-City area has with boundaries. We are connected by our family, our friends, and our community. We have helped out with the Midland County flood. We've helped out with the Flint water crisis. We've helped out with the elections. Young people here want jobs. We want education, and we want homes. We want a true community. And in this district, it is in the mid-Michigan where we see the greatest concentration of population. Not in Tawa City, not in Cadillac, not in Mount Pleasant, and not in Gladwin. So thank you for the more accurate maps and the fair maps, and thank you for creating a better outcome for the next 10 years and also for the future of our state. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 38.
Good afternoon. My name is John McLean, a member of the Concerned Pastors for Social Action. Thank you for your service, and please keep in mind that you will have to give account for your decisions regarding these maps. Any redistricting proposal dissecting Flint into 2 districts is a 21st century version of Jim Crow, wearing the deceptive cloaks of gerrymandering. So, the majority-minority vote of Flint should not be divided and thus nullified. We do not want Flint neutered and spayed into 2 disenfranchised, disempowered districts, where the people of Flint are not allowed to speak their collective voice, reproducing after their own electoral will. A divided map cripples the self-determination of the people of Flint. Keep Flint together. Keep Flint together. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 40,
39.
39.
Rod Charles, otherwise known as 39. I'm from Oxford Township, and like a few other folks here, I want to encourage the group here to keep Oxford Township together. Currently, the map shows 2 of our 7 precincts being carved out, which makes no sense. We have 1 high school, 1 middle school, 4 elementary schools, and I'd like to keep everyone together. Among other things, was on the Boosters Club. I'm on the Oxford Downtown Development Authority, and I'm a township trustee as well. And I'd say that our community works together. We live together, we play together. Tonight, for example, I've got a 5 o'clock meeting with the Oxford Addison Youth Group. It's for disadvantaged kids. And the way it shows now, half our group would be in one district, another group would be in a separate district. I also announced things like swim meets, and I can't see myself saying, well, the girl in lane 4 is in District 46, and the girl in lane 5 is in District 47. We are one community of interest. In fact, even Thursday night, if you have to be in Oxford, we have a community pep assembly for the football team. It's one community, and as I said right now, it's splitting off a tiny portion of Oxford Township into a separate district. So if I can encourage you to re-examine that, I greatly appreciate it. And I appreciate the time having myself been on a lot of committees and spent a lot of time at meetings. I know what it's like. So thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Just verifying, we have 37, 38, 39, and 40 all went already. All right, 41, 42, 43, and 44, and 41, you can begin.
Hi, number 40, if it matters. My name is Jolena Freeman. I'm a lifelong Flint resident. And I would like to ask you all to please keep Flint together. We have a lot of things that we've been fighting for, and we've had this fight together, and there's no reason to separate us. We have 9 wards, all 9 wards have stood together and fought for all of us. So please keep us together. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Claudia Perkins. I'm a retired union rep, so I hate gerrymandering. We need to keep Flint intact. We have a lot of reasons. First of all, there's not a lot of trust with the government. We've been hit with bad water, emergency managers. The schools have been just decimated. We don't have those. So we need somebody that we trust. And if you take away the representation by keeping Flint whole, that's a slap in our face. We need somebody that we trust to stand up and understand what we need and why we need it. I know how important representation is. We need to keep Flint whole. We thank you for your service, but you got a long way to go. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 42. No, we can't. Yeah, I would. Okay, that's fine.
Hi, my name is Kiera Powell. I am a resident of Flint, and I'm currently the third vice chair of the Genesee County Democratic Party. The proposed commission house districts have split the city in a way that could result in zero representatives for Flint due to the suburbs having higher primary turnout. Right now, the redistricting commission has divided the city, weakening our voice. Flint has been negatively impacted by decisions of state government in the past, resulting in tragedies like emergency managers and the Flint water crisis. We need more representation, not less, to ensure that Flint can fully recover and continue to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 43.
Hello, my name is Sharisa Hayes Powell, and I'm a lifelong Flint resident. As a lifelong Flint resident, how this community is represented is important to me. Today, Genesee County has only one Black elected official in the state legislature, the 34th district. We currently stand a real risk of having a county with more than 1 in 5 of its residents being Black. Not only having any Black elected representation in our state legislature, Flint is and has historically been faced with unique challenges specific to the city. We need our own representative. We need to ensure that our Black community, who has been disenfranchised throughout this community history, does not become disenfranchised here in this process. We must keep Flint whole, and I would like to reference the map P7273 as our preferred map. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 44.
Hello, my name is Essence Wilson, and I am a Flint resident. I first want to thank each of the commissioners for your hard work and for your commitment to serving our state in this capacity. In my professional life, I have the pleasure of working at Communities First, Inc., a nonprofit with civic engagement as a core part of our work. As we have engaged community members in the redistricting process, there have been serious concerns about the maps you have proposed. The most concerning map for us is the State House map. 3 versions were presented by the commission and all have the same net effect. They make it highly unlikely that a Flint person will be elected to the State House, and even less likely that that representation will be a minority, although Flint is a majority African-American city. Flint is currently represented by 2 state representatives, and we would like to see that preserved. Adopting maps that some have referenced, which put all of Flint in 1 district, do ensure 1 representative, but denies Flint the opportunity to have 2 voices in our state house as we do presently. To see a house map that better represents Flint, please see map number P7273, which several Flint residents and community partners have created. While not perfect, it affords us the opportunity to have at least 1 representative from Flint and possibly 2 as we currently have. Flint has lost so much over the years when you consider our economic challenges, the government-initiated water crisis, and the pandemic. Please don't be responsible for us losing our voice in Lansing.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Numbers 45, 46, 47, and 48.
My name is Claire McClinton. I'm a lifelong resident of Flint. And today I was proud to see, I'm also a member of the UAW. I was glad to see our UAW members and labor members here demanding fairness. I want to recall and remind this commission that, and many of the people that spoke talked about their participation in getting this commission formed, the hard work that was done. You had a lot of testimonials from the people that went out there to create this commission. And it reminded me of those of us that was on the ground fighting so hard, getting signatures to overturn Public Act 4. We were a part of that public on the ground citizen initiative. But the difference is this: the initiative that we did got on the ballot, and voters all over this state said they did not want the emergency manager law, but yet they kept it. They tweaked it and kept it. Now we're watching to see if this commission that was also created out of grassroots public participation, we were trying to save our democracy when we overturned Public Act 4 and winding up. We're going to be watching to see whether you will overturn the hard work that was done to get fair maps in this state. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 46.
Hi, my name is Christina Russell. I live in Lapeer County on the west side of the county. The draft house maps that I've been looking at show that our county has been split into 3 different districts. I'm asking the commission to divide the maps as close to county and municipality boundaries as possible, keeping them compact and continuous. County lines exist for a reason, and people move into specific counties and areas to share the same communities of interest, whether they move into an urban area or a rural area. They live in their specific area of choice to share the same environment and services offered in the neighborhood with the people who share the same community of interest as they do. Looking at the maps, I see that many areas are breaking up the counties and many areas are breaking up the municipalities. When you mix an agricultural area with an area that is more urban, neither area will be genuinely represented. The needs of the communities are not the same, and one may be prioritized over another by the people who represent them. This could result in one area not represented fairly, or worse yet, neither area getting the representation they deserve. If you truly want to divide the map into fair communities of interest, I ask you to stay as close and compact to the county and municipality lines as possible.
47. Thank you for addressing the commission.
My name is Tim Schnell and I live in the city of Howell. I strongly support the proposed congressional districts, which include the city of Howell with Ingham County. However, overall, the proposed maps create a large number of safe districts where one party is likely to control without effective opposition. Plans also appear to exhibit significant disparity between the mean and median partisan shares, a proportional bias, and a significant efficiency gap, apparently all in favor of the Republican Party. I spent 45 years in government, 25 years at the local and county level, and the last 20 years at the Michigan Department of Treasury. The one overall lesson I learned is that for government to be responsive, there must be competitive elections. If an election is effectively over when the primary results are tabulated, the result is that a minority controls the entire legislative process. Further, if the result is tainted by partisan advantage, the legitimacy of the entire process is compromised. Competitive elections foster good government. Lack of effective competition leads to indifference to the needs of any voter not needed to win. Voters who can swing a primary election may advance an agenda which is uncaring of the rights and needs of others, leading to incompetence, lack of common cause, extremism, and even sometimes corruption. I urge the commissioners to rethink their boundaries in an effort to create as many competitive districts as possible and to reduce partisan bias. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 48. Yes, so you can submit your written comment at www.michigan.gov/MICRC, or if you have to leave and you come back later, you would be called first. Yeah, so for the purpose of the people who aren't in the room, the question was, if we have to leave and we can't speak and we can't come back, if we submit our public comment online, will it still be received by the commission? And the answer is yes, it absolutely will. We all read those comments every day.
Hi, my name is Carol Brown and my family lives in Lapeer County. Our community of interest is agricultural and rural environment that we chose to move to for that very reason. The district lines are the county lines right now. I'd like to see Lapeer County boundaries continue to be the State House lines. The way it is set up now, the maps I've seen, it's divided in 3 sections. I believe that keeping Lapeer County compact and together will meet the 7 criteria areas that the Michigan legislature allows. Districts should reflect and respect consideration of county, city, and township boundaries. The COIs must have higher priority than partisan fairness. Combining urban areas with rural areas makes unfair representation to each one. Please keep Lapeer County united and compact as the district lines and not cutting it into pieces. And I also just want to say Michigan is not a blue state or a red state. It is a purple state. And because we started over an hour late or whatever it was, are you going to stay here later than 3:30? That's for them.
Yeah, I'm not sure. We could probably go a little later, but that's our lunch. And I think
this is Sarah Reinhardt with the Department of State. Unfortunately, we won't be able to go past 3:30. There's lots of administrative functions with remote public comment that need to occur during that time. Thank you.
yeah, say that again, Sarah. It was hard to hear you.
Oh, sorry about that. During the 3:30 to 5 o'clock period, that time is used for administrative functions to help facilitate remote public comment that occurs later. So that time is needed. Thank you.
No, she said we can't. She just said we can't. Julian wants to go first. General Counsel, did you have a comment? Oh, you're off. Come over here. Come over here. Julian, come over here.
I don't need to press it. Okay. Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Again, I just wanted to state for the record and the benefit of the public and acknowledge the frustration. However, much like previous public hearings, the end time does not end at 8 o'clock. If you signed up to provide public comment, you will have your opportunity to provide public comment today. And again, we apologize for the AV difficulties that necessitated the delay at the beginning of the meeting. But however, if the people online by the Constitution have to be able to see and hear the commission meeting. So that was another reason for the delay. But again, if you signed up for public comment, the commission will hear your public comment today. And thank you for your understanding.
Commissioner Witches.
I make a motion that we extend the meeting in the beginning to go until 4:15 to make up for the time that was lost for you folks.
So we have a motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Clark to extend the time of the meeting till 4:15. Sarah Reinhardt, I know you want to weigh in on this. Yeah, Commissioner Clark.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Similar to General Counsel, I acknowledge the frustration regarding the late start time. However, I'd just reiterate that both of my laptops are used during active meetings to run the meeting. And those administrative functions include sending out the invites to participants who have signed up remotely and also closing the survey at 3 o'clock. I cannot do both simultaneously. So there would need to be additional time beyond, did you suggest 4:30, 4:15?
4:15 is what you asked for.
I would need additional time beyond that to perform those administrative functions. Thank you.
All right, let's take a quick vote because we have a motion that was seconded. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion from any of our online folks? I can't see Rhonda or Aaron, so if you have a comment, please perk up and let me know. All right, let's go ahead and vote on this motion. If you are in favor of extending the meeting time till 4:15, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. Nay. And Aaron Wagner, if you are on, if you could verbally indicate because we can't see you.
I was an aye.
You were an aye. So Aaron Wagner was an aye. Commissioner Curry and Commissioner Lang were both nays. I'm not sure what the count was. Sarah Reinhardt. No.
I believe the vote was 6 in favor, and General Counsel can confirm that.
It was
apologies, 7 including Commissioner Wagner. 7 in favor.
It was 7 in favor. Okay, so do you want to? Okay, everybody, if you're in favor, raise your hand and hold them up so General Counsel can count. If you're in favor, raise your hand and hold them up. 1, 2, 3, 4. And Aaron, in favor, if you're in favor, Commissioner Curry. And Aaron said that she was an aye.
6, so she was yes.
Yes. Okay, so this is, more people raise their hands. This is in favor of extending till 4:15. Okay, and Ms. Reinhardt, does that mean we then can't start at 5?
I would certainly do my best to make sure that we're able to start at 5.
Okay, all right, so the ayes have it. Okay, so the ayes have it. All right, let's keep going. I feel like we've wasted enough time on this. All right, 49, 50, 51, and 52. Who is 49? 49. Do we have 49?
I'm 50.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
I'd like to see the map of the congressional district that includes Holly first.
Could you repeat that? I couldn't.
I'd like to see the map of the congressional district that represents Holly before I start.
We have several versions. Did you have a particular name you wanted us to pull up, or?
The one for Holly Township.
But there's several versions of the congressional map. There's,
Well, how can I talk about the maps if you don't put whatever you want up, put something up? You got 3 maps for the same district.
which I don't know any other name except Birch, and I don't want to just pick that because that's what's on the top of my head. But can we pull up Birch? John, can we pull up the Birch map?
You don't have the map. There's no map?
He's coming up right now. He was at his station, so. Okay, it looks like we have one coming up. Birch. Okay, and can we zoom into the Holly area? Once that's up. So I believe it's right about where 11, that line for 11 is. Oh, there it is. Yep, right by 75, Holly. There we go. Okay, there you go, sir.
All right,
Can
thank
we-
you.
Can we pull it up a little bit? I think we're past Holly. It's south of Flint, south. There we go. You see Holly Township right there next to the 7. Yep, right there you go. Go ahead, sir.
All right, the problem with it is information on this thing. The Flint Journal just puts a little map up. They don't waste time. They don't even put up the whole map on the front page. They waste on stupid stuff. Here's the issue. This map situation dilutes the growth efforts. Cities and suburbs are lost in the whole thing. Up north, you did a good job, and Holly's all mixed up. And because of this, you've created a new nightmare called the Michigan gerrymander. And instead of having right communities together, so that's going to be a Democrat, there's another one, but they're all together, that'll be Republican. That's how it should have been done. You've just created a new Michigan mander mess. And there's no hope for office holders because they give away money, unbalanced budgets. Michigan has the highest truck weight limits in the United States. And they're going to put a new train in, part of the infrastructure, to go to Traverse City. And the liquor tax by Congress was raised so that they gave away $3 billion. So there's no hope. There's no hope of being able to stop stupid government. You're going to just kind of move it around and come up with a different Michigan mander that's a big mess. Can't even find the map.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 51.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eartha Logan, and I have lived in Flint, in North Flint, for 68 years. I graduated from Northwestern High class of 71. I retired from Delphi Automotives, better known as AC Spark Plugs, with 32.5 years of service. I have never asked for a handout in my life. I have always worked for everything that I wanted to have in life and taught my children to do the same thing. I currently serve as president, as secretary of our Flint Neighborhood Association, FROG, which stands for Flint Residents Organized for the Good. We do a lot in our community trying to keep us together. And with the current maps that are drawn, Flint is being split in half. And we do not need that. So those maps are unacceptable. I have chosen to stay in Flint to help my neighbors and the young children coming up to change their narrative and change their mindset. And by doing so, we will have new light emerge in Flint. Flint is a resilient city and we have came through a lot. Black voices are not taken serious because I need a couple of more minutes because y'all took all the time.
Ma'am,
And it's go.
ma'am, we have many people here to speak, so we do have to hold you to that 90 seconds. I apologize.
Okay,
Thank you for
very
addressing
much.
the commission. Now.
Okay, and then I just want to say, some of you are very attentive and listening to what we have to say, but I am very observant on many things. And it's a lot of faces up there that's sitting up there as the commissioners, and they aren't paying us any attention. And this is what we have a problem with, our voices not being heard. Thank you.
Thank you. I would also ask that if you go to our website to submit the rest of your statement, www.michigan.gov/. Yeah, you can submit it there. Thank you. Ma'am, I saw you were holding up your number. What number were you? Okay, go ahead, 27.
Greetings and welcome to Flint. As a proud lifelong Flintstone, I welcome you to our great city. A few of you I was able to meet when you joined us at a town hall meeting in late August, so welcome back. Flint is steeped in a great activist history, as you can tell by today. We are also a community plagued by a set of its own unique challenges, most notably the Flint water crisis. I have on my Flint Lives Matter shirt today for you all. I have listened into your meetings and other public hearings and have been inspired by the residents that have come out to dialogue and tell you on both sides of the aisle, both Black and white, varying ethnicities. They all said, by and large, the same thing, that you've gotten this wrong. But you still have time to get it right. As a mother of 3 children, whom I just went to pick up and lug back to home, with the youngest of whom was under 4 during the water crisis, when our state government poisoned our city, I am pleading with you to keep the city of Flint whole in the State House District. The way all of your current proposed maps are, you have dissected the city of Flint in its belly and lumped its residents in with the out county, which we have nothing in common with, as you've heard. While we have some similarities, the differences are far too vast. I supported Proposal 2 and thought at that time, what an amazing way to involve citizens to a representative body. But the map you propose do not represent me or my fellow Flintstones. We have no representation directly on your commission, but we are here today. And this is your opportunity.
You're allotted 90 seconds. It's expired. Thank you for speaking. Number 52 and 53. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, ma'am, before you begin. Hi, this is Commissioner Kellum. I was sitting at the end, but my mic wasn't working. There's just something on my heart, and I know we're here to conduct business, but I wanted to extend this to you all, the city of Flint, and those sitting here. And whether you receive it or not, that's truly up to you. But each of us is truly here to listen and to give respect. And I know that there have been a number of hangups today, but I would like to invite in the room a sense of compassion because there are 13 commissioners here that are very much citizens like you. Caregivers, hard workers, all of that have lived experiences. And unfortunately in this process, you're only seeing one side of it. So as we listen to you and as each of you come up to speak, know that we truly are listening. And this 90 seconds is so that we can listen to more of you and not listen to less of what you have to say. So I love you and I'm excited to listen to you all some more. Thank you.
Number 52, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Vivian Kelly Segrant. I'm a resident of North Flint, where I was raised and where I am at now, growing up in Flint. I attend the public schools, and I'm a graduate from Northwestern High School. As an adult, I have given a lot of my time and service to our community. When we are redirecting of the map and drawing up I would like the same economy standards and a vision that becomes reality as other communities. And with that, I want to represent the same and willing to fight to make it happen. We need minorities and majority districts with 50% or more African-American represented to City of Flint. We must keep North Flint whole on the map. P7273. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 53.
Good afternoon. I'm Lauren Norcutt of Sanford, Michigan. I'm a retired federal fish and wildlife biologist and currently work with conservation agencies and organizations that deal with natural resource management in Midland, Gladwin, Clare, and Isabella counties. So I'd like to recommend the three maps: congressional map number 243, state Senate map 247, state House map would be the Oak Plan. These maps, I like these maps because they keep Midland County whole and group us with the counties to the north and west in the Tittabawassee and Chippewa Rivers watersheds. When managing natural resource issues, it's important for the counties in the same watershed to work together. Midland, Gladwin, Clare, and Isabella counties all share the Tittabawassee and Chippewa River watersheds, and we work closely together on projects and share funding. As you know, Midland County's most notable natural resource issue is a recent and seems to be reoccurring flooding almost every year. Right now, we're rebuilding from the 2020 flood. Currently, our organizations work with officials in these counties using these watershed plans to apply for grants to rebuild. So splitting Midland County, as some of the maps have done, would make work with these other county governing bodies to the north and west difficult. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 54.
Good evening. My name is Reverend Threll Kell, pastor of Faith Baptist Temple Church, longtime resident of Flint, Michigan. When you think about Flint, you go back to the native arrow tip. That's a stone that's strong and resilient. But after observing these maps and hearing the previous speakers, this map is really not fair to Flint, Michigan residents. We have been strong for a long time. Flint, General Motors founded in Flint. Flint public school system was the greatest public school system 80 years ago in Flint. We dominated the Saginaw Valley athletic programs. Many people were raised in this city, but the only power that we have was our vote. Now it looks like you want to take it away. But I pray, I compel you to reconsider how you expect Flint to come up when you take away our vote. God bless you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 55, 56, 57, and 58. And 55, you can start speaking when you reach the microphone. We have 55. 56, go ahead, 56.
My name is Maria Enriquez. I come out of Lansing, but I used to live in Flint. I love Flint. This is where my heart is. I belong to local union 6,000. Thank you all for being here today and for the hard work the commission does and has been doing. You're making progress, but it's not enough. Maps still favor one party over another. Please do not split the city of Flint for State House's seats. Splitting the city like you currently have, it will result in the city losing one of the few Black state representatives we have. Our minority communities deserve proper representation. Fix Flint and fix Detroit on the maps. We support the AFL-CIO maps that you all have in your hands. Partisan fairness should be the #1 consideration when drawing lines. That is why the people of Michigan voted for this commission. And I applaud all of you for being here. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 57.
Hi, my name is Paul Husted. I'm an organizer with the Michigan Labor's Union, representing thousands of members in the state. I'm here to speak on their behalf. Out of the maps you have, Cherry is your best of the Senate map and Pine is your best of the House maps, but neither of these maps are good enough yet. These are just the best of bad options. How is any map fair in which one party can win a majority of the seats while losing a majority of the votes? We voted in 2018 to get rid of the rigged system, and right now, none of your maps create a level playing field. Your job is to get as close to zero on the partisan bias scores as possible. If you're over 1%, then you still have work to do. All your maps rig elections to benefit the Republican Party. I encourage you to look at the AFL-CIO Fair Maps project for ideas on how to actually get to partisan fairness. We need to keep the city of Flint as a whole to make these maps fair so that our votes count. Please listen to everyone here today that are trying to make their voices heard and consider a more partisan fairness map for the state of Michigan. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 58.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Prebe. I live in Hemlock, Michigan, Saginaw County. I'm a business agent for Labor's Local 1098 and also a owner operator of a small farm in Saginaw County. I represent hundreds of members in the Saginaw, Bay, and Midland counties and think that we are a very diverse but very similar group of people in those counties and believe that we need to be kept together, the Tri-Cities, in a single Senate district and put together with Genesee for Congress. Thank you for your time today and your diligent effort.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 59.
Hello, my name is Dan Husted. I'm a retiree of Labor's Local 1075, a former business manager for 18 years, represented a lot of members, and now I run the Retiree Council. During that time, I represented counties from across the thumb, in addition to Genesee County, that experience and has shown me that there is a substantial difference between the industrial areas in Genesee County and the rural areas of the thumb. The people who live in Genesee County largely work in factories or construction. In the thumb, agricultural dominates. These are the areas radically different. Flint and Genesee County have been much more in common with the Tri-Cities to the north. Similar cultural values and economic backgrounds bring these communities together, and they should be kept together on these maps. Finally, my experience has taught me that Flint needs a strong voice in the state legislature, and for that to happen, the city needs to be kept together. Please keep Flint together in one House district. And like the sign says, fair maps, and we need them now. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 60.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. My name is Robert George, and I'm a Washington County Parks and Recreations Commissioner, and I hail from the city of Ann Arbor. I would like to speak today on the state Senate maps that concern Washington County. I would like to point out that the 3 maps submitted by the individual commissioners are superior for the draws of Washington County than the collaborative maps. Specifically, they point out several communities of interest that would benefit both Washington County and surrounding areas. Commissioner Lang's draw of Ypsilanti and a part of Ann Arbor together with Monroe would allow for a better unpacking of Democratic voters there, as well as show a strong community of interest for the industrial side of Monroe and eastern Washington County. Additionally, the map that includes portions of northern Ann Arbor and Novi and Plymouth shows a strong community of interest for the tech industry that has significantly expanded in Ann Arbor Township, which is part of that map. And finally, the portion of the map that takes Washtenaw County west into Jackson County keeps together many of the important parks that I serve, including the Waterloo State Recreation Area, and make sure that the natural interests of those areas are respected. So I would encourage you to take a look at those 3 individual maps for the draws of Washtenaw County at the state senate level. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 61.
Hi, my name is Armando Ramos, business agent for Local 1098 out of Saginaw, Michigan, and a small business owner, Tony's Takeout in Saginaw, Michigan. I represent members in Midland, Saginaw, Bay City, and I'm requesting if you would please keep them together. The question is, your job is to get close to 0 on this partisan bias scores as possible. If you're over 1%, you still have work to do. All the maps rigged elections to benefit the Republican Party. Look at the AFL-CIO Fair Maps Project for ideas on how to get partisan fairness. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 62.
Hello, my name is Dave Willard. I'm the Secretary Treasurer for Lionel Local 1075. I represent 819 members around this area. The Pine map and the Cherry map are good, but they're not great. You guys can do better than that. Flint is a different city with many different people and problems all of its own. From aging infrastructure, safe drinking water, public schools, blight, and jobs. On behalf of all the members I'm here to represent, while they are all working to provide for their families, I urge you to draw fair maps, keep Flint together, keep us our family. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 63.
Hello, my name's Scott Hamilton. I'm the president of Iona, Local 1075 out of Flint. We represent about 800 members. It's our belief that the Sherry Senate map and the Pine House map are as close, but not close enough. We think that the Flint should stay as a whole, not be split away. In the past, people of Flint have faced pretty drastic issues, from the water crisis to underfunded schools. We feel that they've dealt with unfair districting maps, making it harder for the people of Flint to have their issues taken serious and to have them rectified. Our members have come to the point that they feel their voices are not being heard. They don't even want to go out to vote. This is wrong. Our country has been based on the fact that every vote counts, but the way the maps are set up now, that is not the case. The people that are in charge of this redistricting, they need to remember that the constituents are on both sides of the aisle.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 64.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. My name is Martha Hines and I'm a longtime resident of Saginaw Township in Saginaw County. This is my second time to submit a statement regarding the redistricting, and here's what I would like you to hear. I am an independent citizen, not a representative of a group or organization with an agenda. A promise was made that you would respect the independent citizens' communities of interest. I am respectfully and strongly asking you all to honor that promise. I live on a street and in a neighborhood with folks from a large variety of ethnic and cultural backgrounds. All of us have the same community of interest, which is our neighborhood and community. We all chose to live there. I ask you to please respect the existing municipal boundaries, county, township, and city, and keep our neighborhoods and municipalities intact. Partisan fairness is political gerrymandering by another name. Don't do it. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 65. 66, 67 can also get ready to speak. Do we have number 65? How about 66?
Good afternoon. I'm Bishop Bernadette Jefferson from Faith Deliverance Center here in the city of Flint, the president of Caution Citizens Advocating United to inform and organize for new direction, among many other organizations here in the city and in the state of Michigan. But I stand here today because of the unfair redistricting, the concern to eliminate a whole seat, a representation, a voice, to take our voice, to take our vote, to take our seat away from the city. On Saturday, I spent all day, a whole 12 hours, letting the community know that this was going to happen today. If we had been part of other communities, it would have took me a week to do it. I do know my community. I do work in my community. I do have a voice in this community. And I expect to inform the community so they can make a knowledgeable decision on to or not to. We want somebody to speak for us. So therefore, we want to use the map number P7273. We want our voices to be heard. We want a seat at the table, and we will be recognized. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 67.
Good afternoon. My name is Leila McGee Harvey. I am a native of Flint, Michigan. And I want to use what just happened. It's indicative of why gerrymandering and suppressing our voice and our vote is dangerous, because the wonderful African-American lady who just celebrated us, and we thank you for your wonderful words and your love for the city of Flint and the passion that you had. And so with that said, it must have been your voice outnumbered when it came to splitting Flint down the middle, and you were outvoted with the passion that you have. And I said it in a humble and respectful manner, but that's just an example of why this proposed map of dividing Flint is dangerous. And so I want to go on record saying that the proposed house maps are wrong. Gerrymandering is wrong. Splitting Flint down the middle is wrong. We lifted our voice when you came to the Broom Center and you conjured a map that was not indicative of our voices. So we ask you to hear our voices and to internalize our words and not splitting vote, that we are a minority majority. And again, I celebrate you and the passion that you have. And it is my hope that you have that same passion and reconsider and accept the one P7273 that represents the city of Flint and its voices. We want to be heard and made whole and left whole. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 68, 69, and 70.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Reeves, and I want to thank the commissioners for their work and efforts, but you guys are not done. There's much more work needed. I'm concerned about how Flint has been split up and put in areas that are not conducive to our wants and needs here in Flint. It's important to us that Flint is able to elect its own representatives, and I don't feel that that current map drawn by the commissioners guarantee that. Keep the city of Flint whole. Flint is historically marginalized city that needs its own representation in Lansing and in Washington. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 69. We have number 69, 70, 70, 71, 72, 71. Yep, I see her.
Good afternoon. My name is Apostle Ruby Johnson from Flint. I stay on Circle Drive. I've been a pastor in this city for about 30 years. I go to New Creation Church of God in Flint now. And I stand and see so much things that are happening to Flint, and there's no accountability for it all. And this mapping
we are just out of line because we have no representative. We don't want to, they have not given us no representative in Lansing. And we stand for representatives in Lansing. We want our 34th district protected and blessed. And so we stand against the mapping. You need to go back and remap so we can have a representative in Lansing. We need somebody to stand up for us. And we thank God that it will be a change in this city. They took us out with this water, and we stand against that, and God is blessing us. And so I thank you for what you are doing. Go back and work again.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 72. 73, 73. You can. I do not believe we have a German translator. Sarah, do we have a German translator? We do not.
Okay, that's fine, because we're going to speak in English, because here in Flint is the reason why we don't have to speak German. You go 4 miles down the road, Buick City built the tanks. They built the guns that we used overseas to fight off the Germans with. You know, all that. They built hand grenades right down there on Stewart and smoke bombs is the reason why we don't have to speak German. We can speak English in this country. And you want to take this city and tear it apart is the reason why. And probably some of your aunts, uncles, and grandparents fought those wars as well as made bombs and stuff for the area. My mother-in-law that came from Arkansas, she worked at Remington down there. She came here and went down on Stewart Street. They gave her a job like that because she knew how to make bullets. And you want to split up this city and destroy us because we allowed you that sat there to be able to speak English nor Japanese. They took Buick City and they made the 50 caliber shells. Buick City's engineers made a machine that spit them out like that. That was in World War I. They put the machines up. World War II, they needed again. They had to go find the people to retrain the new people to make those shells. There were people down there that had to wear radiation badges because on the gauges that they put in the airplanes, the paint that they used had radiation in it. Some people had to wear radiation badges. Some of them died with cancer from radiation poison. And you say you want to split up and hurt this city, there's something wrong here.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 74.
Hello, I'm Connie Cook. I'm with Voters Not Politicians. I'm one of the 6,000 people who made this possible, collecting signatures, and now I work with local leaders on redistricting. I want to say 2 things. One of them is that in spite of the multiple media stories about this commission, I think the media have missed the boat completely. This is an incredible example of participatory democracy, probably the best in the country. We've had thousands and thousands of Michiganders coming to tell you what kind of districts they want. No partisan victory. It's amazing. This is the only place where that's not happening. I'm very proud of that, and I applaud you for it. I'd also like to say that Michigan is differing completely from most of the states across the country. Texas, Illinois, Ohio, regardless of party, the states are being carved up so that the majority party will get as many seats as possible. That's not happening here in Michigan. Please keep the efficiency gap to zero and avoid partisanship. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 75 and 76. 75, 76. 77, 78. What number are you, ma'am? 79, okay.
Hi, my name is Nakia Wakes. Thank y'all for being here. I have two things to say. We must keep Flint together. We've been fighting for so long and we're still fighting. And I would also like to say, would you please, please keep in mind the map P7273. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 79.
Good afternoon. My name is Autumn Butler. I'm a resident of Auburn Hills in Oakland County. So first, I want to thank you for your service and time and sacrifice that you're giving to our state. And I would like to thank you for the proposed changes that you made to the state Senate map to ensure that Pontiac and Auburn Hills remain together. And I'm asking you today to consider doing that same thing for our state House map. Pontiac and Auburn Hills is a community of interest. Our children go to school together. Every day, my neighbors wake up in Auburn Hills and go across the way to Pontiac to United Shore, Amazon. My Pontiac neighbors, they come back across the way to go to Chrysler, OCC, and also many Pontiac children attend Avondale schools right here in Auburn Hills. It is very important that our communities stay together. There are definitely communities of interest. And I would be very excited that you can also do what you've done for the state Senate maps for the state House as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Do we have number 80?
My name is Paul White. I'm from Tyrone Township, Livingston County. I was born in Flint. I'm a vet. And the one thing I'm very proud to say is I sought out this petition for this commission and signed up. And all of you volunteered to be on this commission and you were chosen. You're special. You've got a hard job. And the one thing that you got to remember is that what you do is going to be sticking with you for a long time. And I would like to see you guys, when you choose these maps, that you keep it to municipalities. I mean, cities, keep them as whole as possible. I know that's hard because of the numbers you have to do, the state Senate areas and the House representatives. And I'm looking at my district was District 8 in the congressional in the district, and it was a gerrymandered like all heck. And now it's a little better. And I would like to see these districts resemble that where they're whole. And I know that's difficult, but I think you're up to the job, and I appreciate your work. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 81, 82, 83, and 84. What number are you, ma'am?
82.
82, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeanette Edwards. I'm a lifelong member of Flint. I was married here. I raised my children here. And this map, I am very appalled at this map. Splitting Flint up like that. We won't have nobody to looks like us. How do I tell my children and my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren to get out and vote and make their vote count with this map that's going on today? Our voice should be considered because we have always been forgotten. We've been threw out like trash. We have went through so many trials. And we've been voting. I walked with Reverend Jesse Jackson. I walked with Reverend Sharpton to make our city and our state and our country better. So think about what you're going to be doing when you split Flint's vote. I want my children to look and say, Granny's voice counted.
Thank you, and my saying is God bless.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Do we have 81, 83, or 84? What number are you, ma'am? 84, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Tammy O'Day. I live in Orion Township. Please take a moment to open your maps to State House District 46. We in the Orion Charter Township would like to remain in a district along with Brandon Township, Leonard, Oxford, and Oakland Charter Township. We are melded together, not just geographically, but also by our St. Joseph Church community and parish life. We have our sports rivalries and games are well attended by all of the communities. We also work together on tax issues and election issues, as we have many parks and trails that span these communities. We in Orion are different in these respects from the proposed inclusions of Bloomfield, West Bloomfield, and Auburn Hills. The redistricting is a bipartisan issue. We reject the idea of partisanship balancing out, quota-based, the number of Democrats and Republicans per district. This undermines the fair voting impact of communities of interest. Thank you for your time and extending the time of the meeting so that to allow all of us to speak.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 70 or 85, 86, 87, or 88? 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 89 or 90. Okay. What number were you, ma'am? 89, okay.
Hi, I'm number 89. I'm a returning citizen, and during my 29 years, I identified with the city that I came from. We need true representation for each neighborhood. Portal maps number 6782, portal map 6783, and portal map 6784. These maps reflect our neighborhoods and how to truly gerrymandering of the prison system. Allow us to go back to whole communities after we've served our time. If you break up our communities and limit their resources because we are in another community being held captive, we come home to broken communities. Allow our communities to thrive while we're away so we can come back and be whole. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 91, 92, 93, or 94? If you could let me know what number you are, sir, that would be helpful.
Hi, Martin Kuznoff, Clio, Mount Morris area, Genesee County. I've been a lifelong county resident, small business owner, farmer, and former elected county official. And I'm very acutely aware of how this county works as a county with communities of interest. And the proposed maps that you have really enfranchises the entire county, not just the city of Flint, but the entire county. First of all, as you've heard, many people from the city of Flint, they're upset, and rightfully so. They should be. They need a strong, loud voice like what you're hearing in here today in Lansing. The rest of the county, what you've done is you've taken little snippets of townships here and there and then gerrymandered it out far and wide across mid-Michigan. which will, in the end, over the 10 years, result in Genesee County having very little voice in Lansing. I encourage you to take another look at what you're doing. And I encourage you to look at some of the maps other than your own that's been presented to you. I support the AFL-CIO map, but there's others too that can do a much better job. You should do a better job. You've done great, but you need to do a little bit better. You must do a little bit better. Thank you.
92, 93, or 94? What number? 92. Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Lori Ross. I am a recent implant to the Flint, Michigan area. My husband was born and raised here. We moved back here for family purposes, and I've gotten involved in everything. I am the product of parents who fought for the Voting Rights Act in Alabama, and I know how important representation is. So I wanted to thank you guys for actually taking part in the civic process. So we appreciate that. We do know that representation is important. There's a lot of frustration, and I know you guys get the brunt of it, but there's a lot that has gone wrong over the years, and there's a lot that's still going wrong. So, just consider the words that you're hearing here today when you decide on, when you vote on these maps, and make sure that you take in consideration that, everybody is subject to equal and fair representation, no matter who you are. We're all humankind, so regardless of what party you identify with, it's important that we be represented. A lot of people fought for us to be here. And I think a lot of people just get really, really frustrated. And sometimes that frustration is generated into yelling, screaming, threatening, different things like that. But try to block all that out and make sure that you think about the people that you are representing, because the few represent the many. And that's just the way it is. And thank you again.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Do we have 93 or 94? 93 or 94? All right, if we do not have 93 or 94, we are going to, at this point, it's 4:15. We are going to recess until the call of the chair. Hearing no objections, we are going to recess until the call of the chair. Thank you, everybody. We are on break.
Agree on by consensus.
There we go. All right, as chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 5:14 p.m. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely, as well as your physical location where you are attending from. I'll call on commissioners in alphabetical order, starting with Doug Clark, Juanita Curry, Anthony Eid, Anthony Eid, Brittany Kellum, Rhonda Lang,
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett, Cynthia Orton, MC Rothorn,
Present.
Rebecca Satella,
Present.
Janice Follett, Aaron Wagner,
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss, Dustin Witches. 11 commissioners are present. Oh,
Commissioner Clark is here. I don't know if.
thank you. And in just a moment, I will return to Commissioner Kellum, Brittany Kellum.
Present.
Thank you. 12 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you. Without any objection, our host, Commissioner Richard Weiss, will now provide a presentation. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Commissioner Weiss. Yes.
Good evening, Flint. On behalf of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission, thank you so much for joining us today. We need you to hashtag show up and speak to help us hashtag draw fair maps. In 2018, Michigan voters by more than 61% empowered citizens, not legislators, to hashtag draw fair maps. Consequently, the MICRC represents an initiative by Michigan residents and not liberals, moderates, or conservatives. Voters made an intentional and deliberate effort to form the Michigan Independence Commission, Citizens Redistricting Commission, by filling in yes oval on the proposal 2018. Next slide, please. What is redistricting? Every 10 years following the US Census, district lines for the US Congressional, State House, and State Senate must be redrawn in states across the country to accurately reflect their population. The process of drawing district lines is known as redistricting. In Michigan, there are 161 congressional, state Senate, and state House districts that need to be drawn for the 2022 election cycle. For the first time in Michigan's history, residents have an opportunity to provide input on drawing maps for Michigan's congressional, House, and Senate districts. Why should you care? Openness, transparency, and public engagement represents the principles of this new redistricting process. Now you have an opportunity to ensure your voice and your community's voice is heard. Instead of politicians choosing their districts to best represent their interests, Michigan residents can share their interests to assist in developing their districts through the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission.
We need your assistance to help us #draw fair maps. I will now turn it over to our Executive Director, Suzanne Hammerschmidt.
Good evening, and thank you for being here this evening. Next slide, please. For the second round of public hearings, there are 3 requirements. One is to solicit public comments regarding the proposed 161 districts. So we're very pleased you're here to give your comments. Secondly, each proposed plan shall include the census data, a map, and a legal description. And third, the Constitution requires 5 public hearings. Next slide. Currently, there are 20 proposed draft maps. 10 were drawn collaboratively by the commission in open meetings, 4 congressional, 3 state Senate, and 3 state House. And then there were also 10 individual maps drafted by commissioners, 4 congressional, 3 state Senate, and 3 state House. And the commissioners that drafted maps included Commissioners Clark, Eid, Lang, Satella, and Orton. The redistricting criteria are listed in the Constitution, and they are in rank order. That means the first is done first and is the most important. And that first one is federal law needs to be complied with, including equal population and Voting Rights Act. Secondly, the districts have to be geographically contiguous. Third, they must reflect the state's diversity and communities of interest. The fourth and fifth involve no proportionate advantage to any political party, or the maps cannot favor or disfavor an incumbent elected official or a candidate. Sixth, the maps should reflect consideration of county, city, and township boundaries. And lastly, they should be reasonably compact. There is a process for adopting the maps, so starting tomorrow and through the rest of this week and next week, the commissioners will be deliberating on which maps that they want to change and the ones that they would like to put forward for the 45 days of public comment. That 45 days of public comment will begin approximately November 14th. And after the 45 days then will end on December 29th. So on December 30th, the commission does plan to vote on the final maps. After those maps are voted on, they will be published and they will become law 60 days after publication. Lastly, the Michigan Supreme Court is the only group that has jurisdiction over this body. So if anybody challenges a map, they have to go to the Michigan Supreme Court. The Michigan Supreme Court can decide whether to take a case or not. And if they find that a plan doesn't agree with the Constitution, they will send that map back to this commission to fix the map. The MICRC is the only body that can create and adopt the maps for Michigan's 13 congressional, 110 House, and 38 Senate districts. Next, I'd like to turn the microphone over to our General Counsel, Julianne Pastula.
Good afternoon, Flint. My name is Julianne Pastula. I have the honor of serving as the Commission's General Counsel, and I wanted to briefly address the public hearing participation, procedure, and decorum guidelines for this afternoon's public hearing. As to participation, the time limit for each public comment speaker is 1 minute, 30 seconds. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. The countdown clock will begin when you begin speaking. You may not yield your time to another speaker. As to procedure, the in-person public comments will take place first, followed by remote public comment participants. Both in-person and remote participants will be called in the order that they signed up. As to decorum, the Michigan Constitution prohibits MICRC commissioners, staff, attorneys, and consultants from discussing redistricting matters with members of the public unless that communication occurs in writing or is offered during public comment at an open meeting, such as the meeting that we're all currently attending. Remember that the public comment portal is available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC if you have additional public comment or proposed maps you would like to share with the commission. If any person disrupts the orderly progress of this meeting or refuses to comply with applicable MICRC guidelines and rules, the chairperson may rule that person out of order and/or order their removal from this meeting. Thank you again for being here, and we look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you. Without objection, we will now begin the public comment portion of our meeting. Hearing no objection, we will proceed with public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live in-person public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the microphone when I call your name or number. You will have 90 seconds to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when your 90 seconds have ended and you hear the timer. Please also go to the public comment tool and share your comments in writing, including any specific area of the map about which you are speaking. The public comment tool is available at www.michigan.gov. And if you would like help accessing the website, please visit the public comment station upstairs where a volunteer will assist you. Additionally, if you have a time constraint or don't wish to wait, you can also use the public comment portal. First in line to provide public comment. So we had a session earlier today where people provided public comment and we left off with number 92. So I'm going to go back through the numbers that were less than 92. And if any of those people are there, they can speak now. So number 30, 49, 55, or 65. Do we have 30, 49, 55, or 65? All right, 72, 75, or 76? 78, 81, or 83? 85, 86? Go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon. Thank you for taking the time to partake and represent us with this redistricting commission.
Sir, could you speak a little closer to the mic? Step a little closer. Thank you so much.
Is that better?
Yes.
All right, thank you. My name is Tim LeClaire. My family has been in the city of Flint for 100 years. In 1937, my grandfather was a sit-down striker at Fisher One that helped form the UAW. I am currently first vice president for AFSCME Local 1600, representing 200 employees at the city of Flint, Michigan. From what I see, Cherry is your best Senate map and Pine is your best House map, but neither are good enough yet. Your job is to get as close to zero on all partisan bias scores as possible. If you're over 1%, you still have work to do. All your maps rig elections to benefit the Republican Party. Look at the AFL-CIO Fair Maps project for ideas on how to get partisan fairness. I'm simply asking that you do not crack Flint. It's important that we have one representative for the entire city. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number is 86, 87, or 88. What number are you in? 87. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Beverly Brown, and I've been a Flint resident for 36 years, and I was born and raised in Detroit. What may be unfolding here is an attempt, whether intentional or not, to reinforce systemic racism. As you've already heard, the notion of fragmenting whole city populations like Flint and Detroit does not work for political representation. Why? Let me offer a recent concrete example. A nearby community college has a seven-person elected board of trustees, all of whom are white, all of whom appear to be female. Last year, 2 African-American residents ran for board seats. Although they were both prominent and respected candidates, they were not well recognized in white communities and therefore did not garner significant votes, nor did they have the financial support necessary to promote their candidacy in traditionally dominant white spaces. That's likely because there is still a significant racial wealth gap. The result is that the current and somewhat persistent makeup of an all-white board of trustees at the college is not representative of the institution's student body, which is 26% people of color. I noticed that I didn't use the word minority. Minor infers of lesser importance. I prefer the phrase majority people of color because Black and brown people are not minor. Our votes matter too. Hence, my advocacy supports lines drawn around communities of interest. When I say interest, I mean a common focus on political, educational, environmental, and cultural concerns, curiosities, and engagement of those populations most impacted. This framework allows political representatives to fight for what underrepresented populations need and want. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Do we have 88 or 90?
Peace, everyone. Marhaba. My name is Isra Daraisen. I'm from Flint Township and I work in Detroit. First, I want to thank you for your hard work in navigating the varying and oftentimes conflicting community public comment and the difficult tasks you've been charged with. I also want to comment and contextualize the very valid frustrations and feedback folks from Detroit and Flint, both majority Black cities, have been sharing with this accumulation of anger due to decades of marginalization, racism, gerrymandering, poisoning, racist emergency management, and the likes. So while none of this is your fault as the commission, the community is justified in their frustrations. But thank you for your understanding and commitment to drawing fair maps. I see you, and I know that you take notes when you're given specific maps and critiques, and you genuinely want to be fair, but it's important to keep racial equity in mind. As you've heard from others passionate about not splitting the Flint community up, I too ask that the proposed house maps for Flint be worked on. I would specifically ask that Flint Township be included in whole in the house maps. For congressional maps, I want to thank you for keeping Flint and Bay City and Saginaw in all of your congressional drafts. You listened to the community's feedback weeks ago and modified those drafts accordingly, so thank you. Lastly, I have a general comment. I want to remind you that MENA, Middle Eastern North African, was not an option for Arab people like me to check on the census, so we are considered white. We're erased in census data, and after many efforts to add that category to the census, we're still considered white, which overwhelmingly disenfranchises us and further marginalizes our people and our specific needs. Please remember to keep this in mind when you're drawing district lines, especially but not only in Flint, Detroit, and Dearborn Heights area, along with the tri-counties of Oakland, Macomb, and Wayne County that have a substantial number of Chaldean, Arab, and Middle Eastern communities of interest. Thank you again, and keep drawing fair maps.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Sarah, do we have to pause for you to restart Zoom, or are we good to keep going? Keep going, okay. All right, thank you. Do we have number 90, 93, or 94?
Number 93.
Go ahead.
My name is Shane Dawes. I'm from Swartz Creek, Genesee County, 52-year resident, local union 659. Thank you for all the hard work that you have done. You're making progress, but we don't feel that you are there yet. Maps favor one party or another. Please consider the AFL-CIO Fair Map Project. Fairness should be the #1 consideration when drawing lines. That is why the people of Michigan voted for this commission. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Do we have number 48?
Good evening. My name is Sheldon Nealon. I'm here to address you about the proposed maps. My Pledge of Allegiance says, one nation, indivisible, under God, with liberty and justice for all. Liberty and justice for all is what Black and brown people have been fighting for in this country since the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendment. The way the proposed maps are going now, it's eroding voting population in the city of Flint. We should not divide the city of Flint with the proposed map. Poll taxes, literacy tests, Jim Crow laws, keeping Black and brown people from the opportunity of voting, having equal and fair representation, liberty and justice for all. If these proposed maps go into effect, we have to insert the word allegedly before we say liberty and justice for all. We must fight for this great country and for all the rules. The 1965 Voting Rights Act states what the rules are, not taking a majority community and dividing it up into minority situations. Black and brown people, liberty and justice for all. Thank you. God bless.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Is there anyone else with a number 94 or below who has not yet had a chance to speak?
Good evening. My name is Scott Zuxwert. I'm a resident of the 4th Congressional District from Wausau, Michigan, but I've also spent the entire of my adult career working here in the city of Flint. I'd like to thank all of you for the hard work that you're doing. As many people have said, 2.5 million Michiganders support this commission to draw fair, nonpartisan lines. Some of the maps are getting close, but there's still a lot of disparagement, particularly around the city of Flint, the city of Detroit. Now, me being from Owasso, the 4th Congressional District, very few people of color are represented in the maps that you've shown so far. And I would really encourage you to really look hard at Flint and the city of Detroit as a democracy. Is I believe that our state house, our US House, and our state senators should reflect society as a whole in the state of Michigan. And therefore, with the way these maps are drawn right now, I don't feel that people of color are going to have fair representation. And again, I thank you guys for the hard work you're doing. It's an insurmountable task, but that's important. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. All right, we're going to start with 95, 96, 97, and 98. And 95, when you reach the microphone, you can begin speaking. 95, 96, 97, or 98. If you could let me know your number, sir, that'd be helpful.
98.
98, thank you.
My name's Jerry Tkach, and I'm from Oregon Township, which is in western Lapeer County. I acknowledge the difficult task that you guys have before you, and I pray you find the wisdom and guidance in selecting fair maps for our state. I've addressed the commission 2 times before, once in Flint and in Port Huron, and over this time, after listening to other people speak, I've modified my position, just as I hope you do too. I'm here to ask that the commission use as a template to promote the vote maps. That's 6155 for the congressional districts, 6159 for the state senate, and 6250 for the state house. There are 3 reasons I want this. The first one, these maps address prison gerrymandering. That's something this seems to be the only maps that address that. The second reason is that they have statewide fairness metrics which exceed or match or exceed the constitutional mandates that are required of this commission. And finally, as a resident of Lapeer County, these maps keep Lapeer County as a state house whole. Lapeer is unique in the fact that with a population of 88,000, it almost matches the 91,000 sweet spot. So that would make it a continuous district that would just perfectly fit. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Ma'am, what number are you?
96.
Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the work that you've done drawing the lines for our state. We are in agreement, we being the people and the citizens of Flint and Genesee County. The Congress maps and the Senate maps align with our thoughts. However, the House maps, Peach, Pine, and Oak, divide our city, the city of Flint, in half. if you could pull up P737, 7273 as my reference. I understand the privilege of living in rural Genesee County, even though I am a Flint resident now. I grew up in Clio and in Montrose. So I understand the difference of living in a convoluted area as opposed to having the privilege of farmland and fresh air. We need a minority majority district with 50% or more African-American representation. We must keep Flint whole as this map outlines. And again, we would like to reference this map, P7372, which not only keeps Flint whole, but also outlines our supporting community. As you've heard conversation from testimony before, Flint is different. We need to be addressed as such. We have endured the Flint water crisis, and together we are stronger than separated. Thank you, Council. Thank you, ma'am.
You said 7273? Okay, thank you. 7273. Do we have 95 or 97? Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Alita Prince and I live in Flint, Michigan. I would like to reference map P7273 as our preferred map. I'm not a big fan of politics, but I know when I see something that isn't right. We must keep Flint whole. Gerrymandering is not the answer. Based on population, we need a minority majority district with 50% or more of Black and Brown representation. Growing up, I've witnessed the importance of our unity as a community. Our collective lives and generations to come depend on fair maps and fair representation. Please consider map P7273. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission.
I'm actually 81 and they had sent me down to come straight
Nope,
up.
go ahead. Go ahead,
Sorry.
81.
Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I didn't estimate how long it would take to get back. I have very short point to make. Partisan fairness is the reason I'm here. I worked with BNP collecting signatures and stuff. And the one thing that I remember them talking about that I didn't think of myself was that the more competitive districts are, the less extreme we end up, our leaders end up less extreme. And for me, that would be an important goal to have there be less, like everyone, one side either loses big or wins big, as opposed to the more competitive a map is, the harder they have to work to get to a consensus. The other example I have of that is I'm actually currently in Alyssa Slotkin's district, and that was a very competitive district, a very tough district to win, and we got someone very reasonable. And so those two items are examples from my life make me think that addressing the partisan fairness would be really important. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 99, 100, 99 or 100.
Hello, commissioners. How are you? Blessings to everyone. I am Sherry. I'm co-pastor Sherry Britton, resident of Flint, 64 and plus years. My husband, Harold W. Britton Sr., and myself pastor the Royal Priesthood Ministries, 2518 Delaware, on the east side where ministry is truly alive. Just like to say that we also done many projects with the government, health fairs, community health, water crisis, know what's in your water. And so I've been really involved in a lot of different projects with the government. And so we're asking today that you will represent us as family. And the reason why I said represent us as family, because when you make decisions concerning family that you love, not the ones you don't love, but the ones that you do love, just say your husband or your wife they said, okay, the husband and the wife and the 2 kids, oh, you're gonna have to live on this side of the town. And the children and the husband is gonna have to live on this side of the town. We're gonna split up your family. You're like, that's not about to happen. So I encourage you to just represent us properly as caring, sharing family that you love, that you passionately love, and that you care about, giving us a voice and dignity. And so I'm just saying, treat us as family, love us as family. God bless you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 100. Okay, 101, 102, 103, or 104. 101, when you reach the mic, you can begin speaking.
Hello, my name is Doris Suchu. I grew up in Flint and I graduated from high school in Flint. I've lived in Genesee County all my life, outside of going to Michigan State, University of Michigan. My home was always in Flint. And the other places I lived have been Genesee Township and Flint Township. But the heart of where I go and what I remember is Flint, Michigan. And my concern is, when I was looking at one of the maps, because I don't know about all of it, and I think it should be representative. And I know that when you have a whole state vote, the majority wins if you're talking about a senator, if you're talking about a governor. But the way when you gerrymander, it doesn't turn out that way because those votes don't add up because of gerrymandering. And I see that happening more and more across the country, and I'm very concerned about it. And I don't know how great this country is if it's going to keep going that way, from what I remember. And this is one of the worst times in my life that I've seen this country in, and I've been around a long time. One of the maps I saw took Flint, cuts it in half, and it's not like just Flint there and there's something else. It goes way down to Grand Plank. It goes off somewhere else. Why doesn't it include all of Flint before it goes dragging off to other communities that aren't Flint? And I'm concerned about that, and that's still on the legislative matter of the state. The whole picture, I don't want to see what's going across the country in terms of suppressing the vote, diluting communities happening here. And Flint, Michigan does not deserve that to happen. I've been a teacher, a social worker, a doctor, and a secretary in Flint in some capacity at all the major places, hospitals, GM, and the schools.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 102.
Arnold, and I'm a Flint resident, and I work at Communities First Inc., a nonprofit community development organization here in Flint. I wanted to use this opportunity to echo what has been said by many earlier this afternoon and in our city more broadly, that the current state house maps do not serve well the interests of Flint voters. The current draft of state house maps present a real risk that Flint may not have any Flint residents representing us in Lansing. We know that we cannot rely on the goodwill of others to speak for our city, as we've seen in the last decade what happens when our voice is ignored in state government. As you work to refine your maps, however, I'd ask that you not simply pack all of Flint into one district, risking a clear partisan gerrymander. Today, and for most of the last decade, Flint has had 2 state representatives in Lansing. Instead of one all-encompassing district, Flint should have a district that provides a clear opportunity for representation with the opportunity for a second, as we do today. We've seen in the past how packing voters of similar political backgrounds all into one district can be its own form of disenfranchisement, and Flint should have both the opportunity for meaningful representation with the potential for 2 representatives. In particular, the map submitted to the commission numbered P7273 is a good example of a map that allows for Flint political representation without exclusively packing Flint voters into a single district. I appreciate how challenging of a job you all have, and I appreciate your time here this evening. And please use this process and your power to ensure that Flint keeps its voice in Lansing. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 103. 103 or 103? Yeah, good.
My name is Linda Suchu, and I grew up in Flint, and I left for a number of years. I was in California, and then I moved back in 2010. And I've been living in Burton since then, although, and I was on the board of the Genesee County Historical Society, and I'm still a member of that, but Flint has always been kind of in my heart. I always feel like wherever, in Burton, I feel like Burton is a part of Flint. And I was just looking at the maps, and it looked like Burton was cut off from Flint, only one part of it. But it seems like Burton is kind of cut up and put it down with Goodrich and up in the thumb, and that doesn't seem quite right to me, but I would prefer to keep Burton as a whole. And I also would like to see it part of Flint, although I wouldn't want it to hurt Flint for their representation. So whatever you can do, because I really think Flint needs proper representation, and also everyone, Burton, but thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 104.
Hi, my name is Kathy Lycum, and I'm from the city of Midland in Midland County. And I've heard many people today tell you that your highest priority should be partisan fairness. I was shocked to hear the leader of the Voters Not Politicians organization also tell you that. I probably don't need to remind you, but they are incorrect. Communities of interest has a higher priority and therefore should be weighted higher per the Constitution. And per your executive director reads these criteria at the start of each meeting. You even had special set of hearings last spring to address communities of interest. I also ask that you use common sense and not break apart county seats from the rest of their counties as you did the city of Midland from Midland County. Where there's no need for it, you shouldn't do it because counties are generally communities of interest. Yesterday, I heard some people actually say that odd-shaped districts such as the robot arm you drew to connect the city of Midland to Bay City are not necessarily gerrymandered. Really? Those odd-shaped districts are the very illustration that was used to convince people to vote for Prop 2 in 2018. What you've drawn for Midland is gerrymandering. I want to thank Commissioners Lane, Clark, and Orton for acknowledging the importance of keeping the communities of the Tittabawassee watershed together. And I support Commissioner Lane's congressional and Senate maps and the Oak State House map.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 105, 106, or 107?
Good evening. I'm Barb Hanley Miller, a retired college professor. I've lived in Bay County over 36 years. I'm a part of an I-75 Saginaw River watershed community of interest pushing for urban districts. We support your Birch maps aligning Bay County with Genesee, Saginaw, and the city of Midland in a congressional district. I thank the commission for combining Saginaw Bay and Midland counties in the state Senate Cherry map and in the State House District with the Pine map aligning Bay City with the city of Midland. These urban communities of Flint, Saginaw Bay City, and Midland share the Saginaw Bay watershed. We're a key industrial corridor. Saginaw and Genesee counties have significant populations of people of color, and these communities should have a strong, united voice in a congressional district. College students go to Delta and Mott Community Colleges, Northwood University in Midland, Saginaw Valley State University, and U of M Flint. We need united representation for fair access for all students. Keep these cities united in the congressional Birch map. At the state Senate level, Saginaw Bay and Midland share a media market, an airport authority, a community college district, and work and recreational activities in all three. The tri-counties should stay together in the Pine State Senate map, and at the state house level, keep Bay City and Midland together by combining us into the Pine map as you have. Thank you for listening well to us, and I wish you the best in this process. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 106. What number are you, ma'am?
I'm 107.
107?
That was 106.
Okay.
Excuse me. Good evening, commissioners, and I thank you for this opportunity to speak with you again. I am Carol Herron, and I live in Essexville in Bay County. I wish to express my appreciation for your keeping the Tri-Cities together in a state Senate and in a state House map.
I also approve of the congressional district map with Tri-Cities together with Flint, Genesee. The best state Senate map would be Cherry. Congressional district map of choice is Birch. Citizens of Midland have been disappointed in their of Midland City have been disappointed in their district representation for decades. Many worked tirelessly to ensure that this commission would be adopted. Please do not allow a vocal group of people to force those citizens into districts that will continue that disappointment. Please adopt the State House District Pine map. Please continue to improve partisan fairness across the state as much as you can. I also like the efficiency gap measure to test for wasted votes. I have heard the concerns that have been expressed in Detroit about the way the VRA measure is applied at being viable below 40%. Please either publish or make a statement that explains your methods so that the public can better understand your thinking and process for how you arrived at the configuration of maps comprising Detroit. Thank you very much for the time speaking.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 108.
Members of the commission, my name is Terry Miller. I'm a retired teacher, former township trustee, and chair of local environmental group. I live in Bay County. I also live in the Saginaw River watershed, and because of that, applaud your Birch map aligning Bay County with Saginaw, Genesee counties in the city of Midland in a congressional district. We share the watershed and common urban needs. I also thank the commission for your Cherry map, combining Saginaw Bay and Midland counties in the state Senate district, and the Pine map, joining Bay City and the city of Midland in a state house district. Inasmuch as I believe the single most important crisis we face is climate change, our core cities will play a vital role in promoting renewable energy strategies, from rooftop solar and coastal wind turbines to regulations regarding conservation and efficiency, brownfield development, vertical gardens, and more. I believe your Birch, Cherry, and Pine maps will create robust electoral competition based on policy, not party. You have a very difficult task, an extremely important one, in bringing fairness to our electoral process. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 109. 109 or 1010 or 110. 1010. 19 or 1010.
Good evening. My name is Janice Harden, and I am a Flint resident, 52 years here. I'm here to ask that you ensure that Flint retains a clear voice at the state level. The current State House map proposed by the Redistricting Commission do not serve the needs of the city of Flint. To begin, Voting Rights Act compliance districts must allow Black voters a chance to elect a representative of their choice. Right now, this commission has cracked all of these communities, especially Flint, weakening our voice in Lansing. Current draft state house maps that split Flint would raise the likelihood that not a single Flint resident would serve an elective office in Lansing. After the last decade, where decisions were made for Flint by state appointees, decisions that harm the health and safety of everyone in our city. We know better than any community in Michigan how critical this is to have a voice. This is why it is essential that Flint has a chance to ensure representation for our city, to make sure that the voice of the Flint residents can be heard loud and clear in Lansing and in our state house. I would ask that this commission amend your maps to ensure that Flint has a meaningful opportunity for representation in our capital, not simply a chance to be split apart and ignored. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 111 or 112.
My name is Jackie Eubanks. I'm from Chesterfield Township. I just want to address the commission that it is imperative that all of Oxford Township and Addison Township remain in House District 46 as they share one single nonpartisan community of interest through their shared school system. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Do we have 112?
I am from Chesterfield, Michigan. In regards to the house map, I ask that you keep Chesterfield Township together by separating Chesterfield and Harrison Township. They are divided by Selfridge Air Base and are two different communities. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 113 and 114.
I'm 114.
Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, District Commission. My name is Fred Bashir, and I'm a proud Flint resident. I care deeply about our city and its voice in Lansing. And it's for this reason that I felt compelled to speak. The current State House of Representatives maps that the commission is considering simply to serve the needs of the people of Flint. Right now, State House draft maps show the city of Flint cut in half, with the potential that our city could have no representative who live in this community. Over the last decade, we have seen what happens when the state government makes decisions for Flint without Flint residents having a voice in the process. And it's not good. It is essential that the commission draw a map to ensure that Flint voices are heard in Lansing and that we have a reasonable opportunity to elect representatives that live in our community. Additionally, the current maps eliminate the current 34th State House District, a very important majority Black district that has ensured that Black voters have a chance for representation in Lansing. Today, our representative in the 34th District is only Black state elected official in Genesee County. Despite the county being 20% Black, the loss of the majority Black districts have changed for the meaning for politics already, and we shouldn't have to give up our voice in the State House as well. I ask that you work to ensure that the final
Sir, your allotted 90 seconds has expired. Thank you for addressing the commission. Thank you, sir. Do we have 113? 115, 116?
Hello, commissioners. My name is Yusuf. I'm from Troy. It is nice seeing you all again. My map is E7375. Please zoom into the purple area in Troy. Let me read a section from Proposal 2. Proposal 2 required commissioners to prioritize specific criteria, including communities of similar historical culture, or economic interests. The Chaldean community share historical, cultural, and economical interests. Please do not disenfranchise the Chaldean community. Please use a district similar to P7375 to put Chaldeans in one congressional district. Reminder, community of interest is a higher priority than efficiency gaps. Efficiency gaps not even mentioned in Proposal 2. Political fairness is the last category mentioned, but political fairness is not the same as efficiency gaps. Please do not dilute Chaldean voices. On the plus side, you are also giving the Asian community a 10.8% in this district, with which we share similar economic interests. As a side note, I wholeheartedly agree with the speaker who mentioned MENA. Middle Eastern, North African should be in its own category. We are not white. Thank you for listening. I do not envy your task, and I will continue praying for each one of you, commissioners.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 116?
My name is Roy Weber, and I'm a resident of Vienna Township in Genesee County. I'm speaking specifically to the proposed state house map concerning Genesee County. Genesee County is cut up into 8 different state house seats. Diluting minority populations in Genesee County does not offer voters more choice in regards to candidates, but ensures that fewer minorities will represent Genesee County in our legislature. Looking holistically at the 8 seats in Genesee County, the seats are far from independent and disproportionately lean Republican. Lapeer, Shiawassee, and Livingston counties are not communities of interest with Genesee County, as they differ significantly in racial makeup, economic demographics, employment, and geography. This proposed map would likely ensure that the majority of state reps do not reside in Genesee County, which would violate the communities of interest standard. Why would a state rep from Lapeer, Shiawassee, or Livingston County represent my Genesee County interests and values? They would not. Communities of interest should guide and anchor this redistricting process. This commission can draw the state house seats in Genesee County more contiguously to ensure Genesee County's community of interest remains intact, while at the same time ensuring an independent map. Genesee County deserves better than this proposed state house map. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 117 and 118.
Good evening. My name is Eileen Pettinger. I'm a district vice president of the Michigan Professional Firefighters Union and a Saginaw Firefighter Local 102 member. I have lived in the city of Saginaw and have served my community as a firefighter for 24 years. And per the 2020 census, Saginaw now has a poverty rate of 34.85%. These house maps split Saginaw County 4 ways, which is excessive and unnecessary. I'm concerned if we join a different community such as Midland via redistricting, we will lose essential funding for citizens in my community. As firefighters, we don't want to lose Congressman Kildee to another district. In the fire service, we have each other's backs in a fire. Congressman Kildee has had our backs in Washington, D.C., helping us attain federal dollars to hire firefighters and attain much needed equipment. Keep Saginaw County whole and connected with Genesee County for the congressional maps. These 2 counties have many shared interests, and it ensures the minority voters in our communities are heard. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 118.
Hi, my name is Lori Welch. I'm a Lapeer County resident, but I've worked in the city of Flint now for 27 years. My parents both grew up in the city of Flint, and right now with the maps that's currently out there, that Flint is cut in half. I actually myself witnessed the damage that was caused to Flint without their representation in the water crisis. I hadn't been down there in a long time, but I literally went door to door to make sure that people had money with the UAW, to make sure that these people had clean water to drink. And we are cutting, the way we're cutting Flint in half, you're taking the most vulnerable part of Flint, and then you are diluting their voice. They've already had their voice taken once. They need to be as one and keep Flint as one so that they can recover. They have still not recovered from the last time that they've lost their voice. So I hope you consider keeping them together. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 119 and then 120.
Good afternoon, good evening. My name is Cedric Green. I'm here to represent the city of Saginaw. Looking at the redistricting, it cuts the city of Saginaw and Saginaw County into 4 separate quadrants, which undermines the purpose of having these districts represent our interests of colors. So pulling the county apart as such disenfranchises us in the city in regards to state funding. We're already below state revenue sharing portions, and dividing us even more, takes that funding away from us. Even more so, as the previous speaker said, having a representative, Congressman Dan Kildee, as our congressional member has allowed us to have more funds coming to the city and taking us away, putting us with the outside of the county. Hurts us tremendously. So I'm at a loss for it. I don't know why, but I just want to say keep Saginaw. city as a whole and Saginaw County as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 120.
Hello, I'm Jeff Schaefer from Troy. I spoke at the earlier Pontiac meeting and my theme was one Detroit and one voice because of the special challenges that Detroit face and Flint too. I am saddened to see that the most current map once again splits Detroit, which does the citizens of Detroit a grave disservice, especially since the total population of Detroit is less than one congressional district. There is a bulge in the first district that goes up to Royal Oak, Ferndale, and Warren. I don't see the strong community interest that rich professionals in Royal Oak have with the East Detroit citizens versus the citizens of West Detroit. Maybe you can explain it. Secondly, where the current 11th district was contorted to protect an incumbent, the same is being done with the proposed 10th district. From the tip of the thumb to the west border of Oakland County is not a compact community of interest. Meanwhile, the 3rd district has a slice of Northville in Wayne County in it, while South Lyon, Oakland is part of Washtenaw District 7. As our current president would say, come on, man. My conclusion is that you're not following your constitutional mandate of compact communities of interest, but instead you are engaged in an incumbent protection exercise. If that is the case, then we could have left it to the legislatures. We want the voters to pick their representatives and not the other way around. I urge you to review your mandate and return to the communities of interest criteria and keep Detroit whole. One Detroit, one voice, and one Flint, and one voice. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 121 and 122.
Hello, my name is Dave Nance. I live in Genesee County. While watching this process move forward, I remind myself of the inspiration for the redistricting amendment that was passed, creating this board. That sole purpose was to eliminate opportunities for persons involved in the process to gerrymander. In reviewing some of the proposed maps so far, we can't help but still see gerrymandering creeping back into the process. The language in the law states the importance of focusing the determination of district lines to highlight communities of interest. These community voices are of high importance as determined by this law. Some comments are asking for fairness and equity, but not adhering to the focus on communities in this process. If you ignore city, municipal, and other boundaries by spidering the districts, you are actually diluting the voices of the very community that you may be trying to help. Their needs will forevermore be quieted by this process. Is that what you actually want? This also works in opposition to the Federal Voting Rights Act. The amendment language requires that communities be strongly represented by elected officials selected by them, not candidates that have had to dilute the interests of one community along with that of another with different needs and wishes. That would be in violation of this new law when these community boundaries are simply cast aside in an attempt to manipulate the electoral landscape. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 122.
Can you hear me? Okay. Okay. Good evening. My name is Audrey Young, and I am a resident here in the city of Flint. We need a minority majority district with 50% or more African-American representation. We must keep Flint whole. I would like to reference map number P7273 as our preferred map. From my understanding, to take us and split us in any other direction would take away from us our voice. Our voice have been silenced already with suffering from the water crisis, amongst many other things. We can no longer keep that going. I'm just looking, and I would like to see even more diversity even here on this commission that's sitting in front of us. It's not fair to us here in Flint when you have as many Blacks that lives here in this city. We have a lot that need to be heard from us. We need full representation. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 123 and 124.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Dwayne Haskins. I am the mayor in the city of Burton. First off, I want to start off by saying thank you to every one of you. I could only imagine the daunting task that this has been set before you. So I implore you guys for even taking on this task. Looked at a couple of the different maps, and I guess I'm coming here with a simple request. Please keep Burton as a whole. We are a full city service city that we maintain our own infrastructure, our water, our sewer, we maintain our own roads and our storm sewers. If we get split, that means that our districting would have different representatives to try to help gain our revenue sharing, our school districts that we have. We have 3 major school districts in the city of Burton, Atherton, Bentley, and Bendel. And the money that comes in and the lobbying that we need from our representative to represent us as a whole, whether it's on the Senate or our House representative, is significant in nature. And I could go on with numerous stories that involved even with the Flint water crisis, where we had franchise customers that were on the Flint water system, where we actually had our state house and our senator actually going to battle to get us reimbursed for that $1.4 million, which about tripled our water system. On one of the maps, my neighbors to the west of me, right across the street, would have a different representative, and myself to the east would have a representative that represents all the way in Lapeer County. So what I'm asking is please consider keeping Burton as a whole. And like I say, Commissioner Lang, really quick, Commissioner Lang, the district kept us as a whole, so I would appreciate if you guys would really consider that. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 124.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Marco Silva, and I would like if you would please open the maps to State House District 46. All Oxford and Addison precincts must remain in State House District 46 because they are a single shared school system, is one that is of extremely important to non-partisan community of interest. You know, we read in your flyer that I found at the door that historically politicians have drawn the voting boundaries to gain unfair political advantage. The only way to avoid this is to not redistrict that District 46 and to keep Oxford and Addison in the same district to avoid the manipulation of the electoral boards to skew voting outcomes for one political party over another. And I would like to know if there is any reason why that district would be split. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 125 and 126.
Good evening, commissioners. I am number 126. I am a lifetime 70-year serious voter for the state of Michigan. I take my vote seriously, so when in 2018, the voters of Michigan were convinced to change the idea of redistricting from the legislature to the commission, which we now have today, because it was an unfair system due to gerrymandering, one side favoring another, usually the party in power. Fast speed to today, we've got the proceedings tonight, which are ready to take a vote on 3 maps that have been presented. As I look at those maps and the idea of community of interest, I see a problem with Flint out of Genesee County, Detroit out of Wayne County, and my county, Oakland. I do not see the community of interest really being an idea that's being adhered to. So I would ask the commission today, as you conclude this phase of your job that the voters have commissioned to you, please pay attention to your own idea, a community of interest. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We have 125. If not, 127 and 128. It's a race to the podium.
Good evening. I'm Christopher Cummins. I reside in Rochester Hills and formerly resided in Birmingham. I'm here tonight first to thank the commission for doing their best to keep Rochester and Rochester Hills together and intact in almost all of their maps, as the Rochester area is a community of interest. And again, thanking you for respecting that community of interest, encouraging you to stay the course as you get to your next phase of map making. However, I need to encourage you to change course in the Birmingham Bloomfield area, an area that I went to high school in and I go to church services in. Birmingham, Bloomfield Hills, and Bloomfield Township together form a community of interest. They have shared services, shared school districts, all the things. And many of the maps, specifically your state house maps, almost carve them into pieces. That's just not right. You could take those three communities, put them in with Auburn Hills, that would possibly give you enough of a population for what state house district, or you could take the three core communities and go south, go to Southfield Township, which is Beverly Hills, Bingham Farms, and Franklin, and combine them also with Sylvan Lake, Keel Harbor, probably Orchard Lake. That would also get you enough population. And that was actually a state house district once before. So again, thumbs up on one and please reconsider on the other. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission.
Good evening. My name is Trevor Rogers. Thank you for all the hard work on the commission as you're doing. You're making progress, but you're not there yet. Maps still favor one party over another. Please do not split the city of Flint for state house seats. Splitting the city like you currently have it will result in the city losing one of the few black state representatives we have. Our minority communities deserve proper representation. Fix Flint and fix Detroit on the maps. I support the AFL-CIO Fair Maps project. Partisan fairness should be the #1 consideration when drawing lines. That is why people of Michigan voted for this commission. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 129 and 130. 129 and 130.
I'm 130, so I'll let him go.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Chris Del Morone. I live in Flint, Michigan, and I understand how lines are drawn in that where I live, I have on my side of the street, we have one state rep. On the other side of the street, we have another state rep, and they're both from the city of Flint. So I think this requires a little bit of a paradigm shift where in splitting Flint, Michigan, if you were to, let me say, pack or nearly pack Flint into one district, that would give us one rep most likely only. Now we have two, and by splitting it, I think it keeps it quite possible that we'll continue to have two reps from Flint, or at least two let me say, African-American black reps representing Flint in one way or the other, even though we would not have a majority of Flint residents in either new district. I would hope, or one would hope, should hope that any representative would represent all the people equally and fairly and not say, well, you know, Flint's, only 40% of my district, so I won't vote that way. The more reps we have in Lansing that can represent Flint, the better we are off. Our county commissioner districts that are being submitted to the state, the new district lines, Flint will be going from 4 reps on our county commissioner to 3. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission.
Can you please open up the map to District 46 on the state house map? It doesn't matter what map you choose. It's the same for that district. I'll wait until it's up. Maybe I should go. The reason why I'm wearing this is because
you can
oh.
wait till it's up.
Oh, okay.
Your time will reset. Don't
Okay,
worry.
thanks. I appreciate your time.
What district number was it?
District 46 in the State House.
Any of the house maps, he said, because they're all the same.
Yep. For this particular township, it is.
Do you know what area of the state that's in?
Oxford Township. Okay, so as you guys can see, District 46, when you go to Oxford, the very south of Oxford is being brought into a district that goes south of Pontiac. Those are two precincts, about 800 homes. I see no reason why we shouldn't include that to remain in District 46. I was saying earlier that the reason why I'm wearing this is because I work at an autism clinic, and we had our Halloween dress up today, and I wasn't planning on being able to make it, but here I am, and I think it's appropriate. So I was thinking while I was sitting down, how many of us truly believe that we can construct fair maps? So show of hands, who thinks that it's possible to construct a fair map? I really do believe that it's possible to construct a fair map. And so I'm here to say that one way to affect fair maps in a very localized way is to make sure that all of Oxford Township and Addison Township remain in the same, so those two precincts get elevated into District 46. And that would make a nonpartisan community of interest. Addison and Oxford schools encompass all of Oxford and Addison townships, so it makes sense for them to stay together. For that reason alone, there are more, but I only have 3 seconds left. Happy Halloween, and thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 131 and 132. We have 131 or 132. Are you 133? 132, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Kathy Mitzel. I want to thank you for the work that I'm from Midland County. I want to thank, pull it down a little. Hi, is that better?
Yes,
Okay.
come closer, yep.
Okay.
You
How's
almost
that?
have to stand on top of it.
Okay, I have a teacher voice, so didn't want to blast away too loudly either. I'm Kathy Mitchell from Midland County, and I want to thank you for the important, challenging work that you're doing. Question: how is any map fair in which one party can win a majority of the seats while losing the majority of the votes? As we all know, the electorate voted in 2018 to get rid of this rigged system. Right now, none of the maps created have a level playing field, though the few are really close. Getting rid of gerrymandering supports a fair vote, which protects the base of democracy. I can see you're following the Michigan State Constitution requiring the use of the accepted measure of fairness. That's bringing precision to the process of knowing if the map is politically fair. People may feel uncomfortable with these new lines. We need to realize that once they're drawn politically fair and with consideration for communities of interest, our districts will be competitive, and competitive districts will produce talented candidates with better ideas. All citizens gain from excellent representation. As you complete these maps, please start with Commissioner Eads' Congressional Map 237. This map has the lowest efficiency gap, the least amount of wasted votes. Every vote has a voice. And I like the way it keeps the three counties whole: Bay, Saginaw, and Genesee, and includes most of Midland. We will improve our maps, get us as close to zero partisan. Thank you that all political fairness must be reflected in all of the final maps.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Do we have 131? Just one more call. Okay, 133, 134. 133, 134.
I am 134.
Go ahead.
Hi, I am Tanya Burns, a Flint resident. I am a resident of the 6th Ward in the 34th District. Thank you for having us to be here to voice our opinions. One thing we need to understand, Flint doesn't need not one more thing taken from it. It is extremely important that the little bit that we have, we keep it together. It is crucial, it is vital. Flint is uniquely different from any other city and any other county because we have suffered through a water crisis and a pandemic. We are not able to recover, and the pittance of a $600 million settlement is not something that our residents will be able to benefit from. When your lead poison, that lead stays in the body forever. It does not leave the body. We have had an uptick in crime, and no one can tell me that these 18-year-olds, if you back off 7 years, who were 11, were not affected by the lead. We need to have lead court for our children. We need to make sure they have proper nutrition. We still have people lining up for water. We have trust issues. I still brush my teeth with bottled water. I purchase water by the gallons to cook. I won't feed anything to my family and friends that comes out of the Flint faucet. I don't wash my vegetables. Nothing comes from the Flint tap. They can tell us that the water is 3 parts per billion, but they lied to us before. And without proper representation in Lansing to speak up with us, for us, it can happen again, like it's happened in Benton Harbor. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 135 or 136?
Hi, my name's Bill Schutte, and it's great to be in Flint, a great community smack dab in the Genesee Valley, a big part of the southeastern Michigan corridor. Urban opportunities galore and urban challenges as well. Now, 60 miles to the north are the communities of Midland and Gladwin, rural, part of the Saginaw Bay watershed. And the biggest challenge facing these rural areas of Midland, Gladwin, Isabella, Gratiot, and Clare is recovery from massive flooding that swamped the city of Midland, Sanford, and Beaverton. Now, we're hard at work with dam repair and flood reduction. We're working with Senators Peters and Stabenow, who've done a great job, and Congressman Molinar as well. And just yesterday, we met with the Army Corps of Engineers in Midland and Gladwin on our flood recovery efforts. So all this work in the communities of Midland and Gladwin and the north and west, and all these maps appear to be a raw, naked effort to cut up the city of Midland from the county of Midland and from Gladwin County for political gain. And it really will just diminish the efforts of flood recovery and dam repair and hurt people and disrupt mid-Michigan healthcare system located in Midland and that serves, you got it, Gratiot, Clare, Isabella, and Gladwin. I would encourage the committee to approve Congressional Map 243, State Senate Map 247, and the State Map Oak. Let's keep Midland and Gladwin together. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission.
Good evening. My name is Tony Stomless. I work with the Midland Business Alliance. We represent Chamber and Economic Development, work with over 3,000 businesses. And we had the opportunity to hear from you early in the process, met with our Business Advocacy Council, and we appreciate the work you're doing, how critical it is for our state and for each community. Now, many would have thought, not too long ago that Midland itself was a community of interest, but the dam failure in May of 2020 really heightened that, and it created a much larger community of interest. In the midst of the pandemic, where 2 dams were breached, causing great destruction throughout Midland County and surrounding communities. Now our community has come together to assist, and it really is inspiring on a daily basis. We see cooperation, a shared spirit of resiliency, and it emphasizes the community of interest, be it Sanford, Coleman, Edenville, Bullet Creek, where I grew up, the city of Midland. But even beyond those areas, we're partnering and we see in collaboration with Gladwin and other adjacent counties. We're connected in terms of this ongoing challenge into the future, and we've built a great partnership. We need that reflected in terms of the maps you're putting together. So again, appreciate the hard work that you have. We appreciate your diligence as you've worked through this process. we would ask that you would consider supporting the Lang Senate map, the Lang congressional map, and the Oak State House map. Thank you so much for your time this evening.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 137 and 138.
Good evening. My name is John Lauterbach. I'm a resident and business owner of the city of Midland. I'm asking you to adopt the Lang Senate map, the Lang congressional map, and the Oak State House map. Here's why. The economies of the city and county of Midland have always been tied to the regions to the north and west. In the late 19th and early 20th century, timber floated down the Pine, Chippewa, and Tittabawassee rivers to where they converge in downtown Midland so they could be milled and used for construction to fuel the emerging industrial economy. Then Herbert Henry Dow discovered a method to extract chlorine from the vast salt deposits in Midland, Isabella, and Gratiot counties. Today, the M20 and M46 corridor in Isabella, Gratiot, and Midland counties provides a tremendous wind resource for renewable energy projects that cross the county lines and require intergovernmental cooperation. And the counties of Midland, Isabella, Gratiot, and Gladwin share infrastructure as well. The businesses in these four counties are in the process of harnessing private capital to provide infrastructure capacity so that we'll never again see the suffering of the catastrophic dam failures in 2020. This historic linkage between the counties of Midland, Isabella, Gratiot, and Gladwin in economic development and shared infrastructure demand that those communities of interest have a shared voice in Lansing and Washington. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We have 137 and 138. What number are you? What number? He's just cleaning the microphone. What number do you have? I can't hear you. 138? Go ahead. Yep.
Good evening. Good evening. My name is Gregory Martin, and I live on the north side of Flint. And I really just recognize that I'm talking to some commissioners, just now, I guess county commissioners or something tonight. So good evening. But anyway, as it relates to redistricting and restructuring maps and all of that, in regards to Flint, Flint is already degraded. Flint is torn up. I mean, tax-wise, road-wise, water-wise, everything else. And excuse me, if it meant redistricting, remapping, and all of that, I'm thinking that it means taking away resources away from Flint people, basically African Americans or whatever. We have some Caucasian people there, but I mean, if you're talking about restructuring a map in regards to removing resources and representation in Lansing or whatever we have to be represented, I think that that will be more damage to the city of Flint. I really would like to get a better understanding of what a redistricting map situation is. I'm not real sure. And I'm sort of like a quick study on it, tonight. The lady back here in the orange jacket actually invited me here tonight, but I'm glad I came, and I really would like to get a better understanding of what an actual remapping or restructuring of a map in regards to voters or whatever it is. But right now, as it relates to Flint, it would be totally catastrophic.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 139 and 140. $139 and 140. Do we have 139? B 140?
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for your hard work on these maps and your general support of democracy. I'm Chris Mitzel from Midland County. Promoting the idea that Midland and Gladwin counties need to stay together because of flood damage is a red herring argument designed to maintain the status quo and protect those currently in power. The solution isn't more of the same lack of leadership that led to the crisis. The status quo didn't help flooded areas of Sanford and Gladwin avoid the flood then. Why would more of the same be better now? In my view, Commissioner Eads' map number 237 does a very good job representing our area, getting high marks for efficiency gap as well as partisan bias. Map number 237 presents the best opportunity to relieve ourselves of stale ideas and get some responsible leadership with fair intentions. Keeping the natural entity of the Tri-Cities together makes total sense. Downriver, the constituents of Saginaw and Bay counties would not be stuck in the ongoing situation, being victimized by what comes down the river from Midland and having no say in that. Congressional Map 237 goes a long way toward redressing this lopsided scenario that has persisted for many years too long. Also, 237 appears to do well by Flint and Genesee counties. Thank you much for your attention and your consideration.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 141 and 142.
Good evening. My name is Avery Hunter. I am a proud resident of the great city of Flint. I am the vice president of the Civic Park Neighborhood Association meeting. My public comment today would be, we need more majority district with the 50% more African-American representation. We must keep Flint whole. I would like to reference map P7273 as our preferred map. Flint has suffered probably the most out of any city in the state of Michigan, and I think it is important that we keep the little bit that we have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission.
Evening. My name is Angie Miller. I live in Bridgeport in Saginaw County and work in the city of Saginaw. I wish I could stand before you today and point to a collaborative House, Senate, or congressional map that I was in favor of, but unfortunately, I cannot. I know you've put a lot of time into these maps, but I still think there's a little more work to be done. I would ask the commission to revisit your collaborative House map. My county of Saginaw has been dissected into 4 pieces. This is excessive. Bridgeport, where I live, has been cut into 2 pieces, and Buena Vista into 2 pieces as well. Your Senate maps have the cities of Saginaw, which is a significant minority community, Bay and Midland joined, even though your experts stated the city of Midland overwhelmingly does not vote for candidates of choice. The Voting Rights Act is meant to help voters of color elect representatives of their choice. By connecting minority communities with the communities who overwhelmingly do not vote for candidates of choice, you disenfranchise those minority voters. When it comes to the congressional map, I ask that you keep Saginaw and Genesee counties whole and together. Later, when we look back on the passage of Proposal 2 and the work that this commission did. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 143 and 144. You 144.
I'm 143.
143, go ahead.
My name is Kathleen Lage. I was born and raised in the state of Michigan, and I've been a resident of Fenton since 1988. While I do not live in Flint, I taught there for almost 30 years and recognize how critical it is for my former students and their parents to have a fair and equal voice. Our redistricting guidelines specifically state they should not favor or disfavor an incumbent elected official. Redistricting must recognize communities of interest in the fairest way possible. Districts shall not provide a disproportionate advantage to any political party. The maps must be nonpartisan to the greatest extent possible. Flint is faced with unique challenges that require fair representation. It is vital that Flint and Genesee County have minority-majority representation. The current proposed house map split the city and Flint, and therefore it may not get any representation. Current maps fail to address the unique aspects of Flint as a community of interest. Although not adequate at this time, the Pine map works best for the House. For the Senate, the Cherry map works best, but the same as the House maps, they are not compliant. They don't follow the rules. The city of Burton has never been split for state Senate districts. Burton, Clio, Lapeer should not be combined as a community of interest. Thank you for your time and attention to the difficult task of protecting voter rights.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 144 or 145?
Good evening. I'm Chairman Leverett from the great city of Flint, Michigan. I would like to, first of all, I thank God for this hearing that we're participating in and for the interest of Flint. We definitely would like to keep the representation that we have, and anything that we can do that would add to the representation that we have would certainly be a heavenly thing that we really need to continue our journey, because we've been into a lot of catastrophes in Flint, and we need to have the representation and more to make things work for us. The people in Flint have lost all type of community projects that we need to help the people in Flint. My church is in Flint, and I'm the chairman of the board there. And we have to make sure that we want to keep people and keep churches and keep the centers and everything that we have, so that we can encourage growth, to have other centers and churches that come in so that we can be represented. But thank you for your time. I appreciate being here. Keep up the good work.
Thank you for addressing the
We
commission.
represent 72 and 73.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 145?
Good evening, and thank you for your work on this commission. My name is Lisa Gano. I live in Auburn. I'm here to ask your support for the Cherry Senate map, which is the most partisanly fair map. As someone who has lived, worked, and played in the Bay City, Midland, and Saginaw area my entire life, I would like to thank you for placing the Tri-Cities in the same district. So many residents and voters in the Tri-Cities, also part of the Great Lakes Bay region, work for major employers such as Dow, Corteva, General Motors, and Pioneer Sugar, and commute from one city to another. We truly see it as one large community. We even share an airport called MBS, which stands for Midland Bay City Saginaw. To form any district map for Senate that does not contain all three of these cities would meet neither the test for community of interest nor the test for partisan fairness. I've heard previous comments that those proposed maps are gerrymandered and unfair, but I think those are disingenuous comments that are intended to keep the status quo. Maps that level the playing field and give no political advantage are exactly what we have been missing for so long and what we so badly need. Please continue to keep the Tri-Cities together and continue to support the Cherry Senate map. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 146 and then 147.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Currow. I'm a longtime Midland resident. The order of the criteria given to the MICRC holds partisan fairness higher in priority than town, city, or county boundaries. And yet there are folks urging the commission to keep Midland County whole. I'm asking the commission to follow the priority guidelines closely and approve districts that recognize communities of interest and strive for political fairness above boundaries. There are many comments regarding the dam failures and the terrible flooding as reasons to keep Midland County whole, or Gladwin and Midland County together. Other than maintaining the status quo, does this really make sense? Did the status quo force compliance when needed updates on the dams? Don't the rivers and the floods continue downstream to Saginaw and Bay City? You've drawn maps in my area that come close to achieving the goals of Prop 2. The EAD map number 237 for congressional, which includes some of the surrounding areas of Midland County, keeps our close connections to the Tri-Cities and Flint, but more importantly, has close to zero partisan bias and rates the highest of any map on the efficiency gap. I'm also in favor of the Cherry map for Senate and the Pine map for House. I'm asking that you support these maps. Amend them if you can keep counties intact, more intact, but not at the expense of political fairness. I also hope that the comments accusing the commission of gerrymandering are ignored by the commission. Drawing maps that have zero partisan bias is not viewed as valuable to everyone, but it is to me.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 147 and then 148.
Hello, my name is Susan Gillette and I'm from Midland County. Thank you for consistently placing the cities of Flint and the Tri-Cities in the congressional district.
Ma'am, could you speak more directly in the microphone, please? Thank you.
I can attest that this area is truly a community of interest. We share very vibrant arts community with this area. We make up 4 large cities as a regional group and share economic, industrial, and cultural organizations. The maps that connect a large urban city like Midland to much smaller rural communities to the north are simply not creating a community of interest. I strongly encourage you to adopt map 237, the Pine map for the House, and the Cherry map for the Senate. Thank you for your time and all the efforts you put in.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 148.
Hello, my name is Tina Jacobs, and I have lived in Midland for 22 years. And in that time, I have never even had the chance to be represented by someone that is aligned with my political ideology. Not in US Congress, state Senate, state House, or even county commission. And yet, Midland is 47% Democratic. It's obvious to see that this level of historic unfairness is artificially generated to create safe, uncompetitive seats. Seats that are safe for one party to own for years and years, leaving voters not in the dominant party to feel disenfranchised, as if their votes don't matter. We have a chance to change that this year, and that is the important work ahead of the commission. I want to thank you in advance for prioritizing fairness and for approving maps that give the voters in my area the highest levels of fairness. We have heard from the folks who benefit from the decades of unfair districts that things should stay the same. They are saying that your maps are unfair, that they are gerrymandered. Of course they're saying that because they want the unfair status quo to remain because it has worked so well for them. But we know the truth. It's not gerrymandering when you draw districts to level the playing field, giving no political advantage. Thank you for not listening to the manipulation and continuing to put fairness on top. Please continue to support map 237 for congressional, the Cherry map for Senate, and Pine map for House. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 149.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Schultz from Midland. Please prioritize political fairness for the Tri-Cities area of Michigan. That's Midland, Saginaw, and Bay City. Thank you for all the maps that group these communities together, providing increased fairness and codifying an already existing community of interest. To connect Midland to rural points north in any way does not make any sense, either for fairness or community of interest. Our community is the Tri-Cities, period. I'm a survivor of the flood of 2020. But to say that watershed flooding is the only issue that we should base our districts on is ridiculous. Not only does the watershed extend both north and into the Saginaw Bay, making that request completely irrelevant. As a flood survivor, I would personally rather have multiple representatives in government with interest in the folks around the watershed than just one. People who claim that flooding is the reason to maintain the status quo of unfair districts are using that as a scapegoat for political gain. It is far past time for change toward fairness, and flooding, a single issue, is absolutely not the reason to keep an unfair system in place. Let's prioritize fairness and keep all the maps that group Midland, Saginaw, and Bay City together with Flint. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 150, is it Jennifer? Good that you know who I am. There's quite a few people who I know who they are, so I'm sure there are. Hello, my name is Jennifer Austin. I'm from the city of Midland. I support the split Midland districts that give us multiple representatives as drawn in the following maps. Districts 11 and 12 in Commissioner Eads map 237, the Cherry Senate map, and the Pine House map. And here are a few of the many reasons why. When I returned home after evacuating the Midland flood in May of 2020, it was just 3 feet of water in my basement. We lost a lot, both financially and emotionally. But the next day, the people of the Tri-Cities showed up. People from Auburn, Freeland, Bay City, Saginaw, and Midland cleaned out my basement, brought us food, and gave us a place to stay as we had no water and power for a week. And my family wasn't alone. Big corporations like Dow organized their Tri-Cities workers and sent them all over the county. Churches from everywhere poured into Midland and Gladwin, and political campaigns dropped everything to help their neighbors. Midland hasn't been the only place to suffer historic flooding. Saginaw and Freeland received our tangled mess of floodwater. Bay City and Muskegon each had their own flooding issues, and we all remember the multiple massive floods in Metro Detroit. These aren't coincidences. They are the result of climate change and crumbling infrastructure. 2 problems that not a single Midland representative bothered to address before or after the flood. These are statewide problems that can't be addressed if we resort to tribalism, isolationism, or maintaining safe political districts. We don't need just one voice for Midland County, and that's part of why I support splitting the counties. Just like the aftermath of the flood cleanup, this problem needs many diverse voices and many diverse hands. We don't solve problems by doing everything on our own. We solve them by working together. Thank you for addressing the commission. 151 and then 152.
Hello. Thank you so much for your hard work. It's been fun watching you. My name is Jill Haver-Chrisman. I'm a retired veterinarian and a 32-year resident of Midland, Michigan. As a volunteer for Proposal 2, you embody our dream come true. You are demonstrating true democracy at work, transparent, fair, and with public participation. Midland is much more than a single issue city. Flooding is a statewide problem as a result of lack of investment, lack of regulation, and lack of maintenance of our infrastructure, and of course, climate change. Midland is an industrial city like her sister cities. We share many commonalities as well as the watershed. Our gerrymandered maps over the last 2 cycles resulted in a lack of investment in both hard and soft infrastructure, contributing to the dam failure and much more, as our representatives did not have to earn our votes. So thank you for keeping Midland with the Tri-Cities in the Cherry map, with the Tri-Cities in Flint in the Birch and Ide map 237, sorry, and the Pine map for House. Please keep working for a 0% efficiency gap so our votes and seats reflect our electorate. This can be done while you protect minorities' rights to elect candidates that look like them and many other COIs. Funny shapes do not equal gerrymandering. Maps drawn to level the playing field are not gerrymandered. Thank you for giving us hope of representation.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 152.
Hi, my name is Carla Castellanos. I've lived and worked between Saginaw and Midland counties my entire 70+ years. I currently live in House District 94, which is a giant U around the city of Saginaw, keeping the district over 90% Caucasian and partisan. Thanks so much for being here to make a difference, and your hard work will make districts more equitable. I'm here to support the Commissioner Eads map, number 237, also the Cherry Senate map and the Pine House map. Midland, Saginaw, and Bay City share an industrial base. We refer to our area as the Great Lakes Bay region. We jointly support Delta College and MBS, or Midland Bay City Saginaw Airport. I want equitable districts where my representative has to work for my vote and be responsive to my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 153 and then 154.
Hello, and thank you, especially thank you because it's finally time to have fairness as the #1 word. My name is Judy McAtee. I've been a resident of Midland for over 30 years. I've also had a clinical practice in both Midland and Saginaw for many years. As a past flood survivor myself, I am very much aware how the watershed is being used as a primary issue in relationship to drawing district lines. I believe the watershed should not be a primary issue to decide district lines, nor should any single issue. I firmly believe that the people who live along the watershed would benefit more from having multiple people representing their interests. And let's be realistic. There's no one district that can be drawn to contain the whole watershed. Fairness and community interest is what should be used. I encourage you to support the E237 map, the Cherry Senate, and the Pine House maps. They not only represent increased fairness, but also, finally, the true community of interest in our area. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 154.
Good evening. My name's Steve Dawes. I've lived in Genesee County my whole life and grew up just outside of Flint, spent most of my younger years in Flint. You know, we're here, you have a great task. Appreciate all the work you've done into it, but I want you to remember that over 2.5 million Michigan voters stood in line, many are the wishing here today, to give you the task of doing what's fair. I want to speak specifically to the issue of splitting Flint in half, sending it to 2 other outbound cities that quite frankly don't give a damn about the city of Flint. You are asking, or you are promoting a position where just take a look at the water crisis in Flint. I'm gonna tell you, if this map was here today, there would not be a voice in Lansing for these people in Flint that they had to go through this whole water crisis and the long-term effects. I think it's wrong to even consider that. If this map ever does happen, which I hope it doesn't, you're looking at sending 2 reps from 2 separate communities outside of Flint that are afraid to death to come into the city, let alone support and stick up for the people in the city of Flint. So again, thank you for the hard work you're doing, and don't forget, over 2.5 million people stood in line to give you the power and the wisdom and put the faith in you to do what you're doing and doing it right. So thank you and stay safe.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 155.
Hi, my name is Dave Onufri. I live in Genesee County. I'm actually in Richfield Township. I was born in Genesee County in Flint, actually. I don't have a good knowledge of all the maps that you guys are talking about today, but I have been going to the Genesee County redistricting, and it seemed that they did everything according to partisan lines, and I'm not too happy about what happened there. I also live on a watershed. I live on Holloway Reservoir. We have a dam. I'm trying to procure money to work on our dam before something bad happens to it. But nobody seems to care until you have a catastrophe. I just really hope that you guys decide on lines that'll help bring people together and not divide them on partisan lines, because that's always a problem. And I've been motivated this season to get involved in politics just because of all the wrong things that are going on between the 2 parties. So I hope you decide to do the right thing and take care of the people and not the parties. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 156.
Good evening, Commission. My name is Glenn Wilson. I am a Flint resident, and I am also the president and CEO of Communities First, Inc. We work with the community to understand and advocate and advocate for their needs. And as we have engaged the public, these are two biggest concerns that we have heard. They believe that the maps that violate the Voters' Right Act, which requires that Black voters have an opportunity to elect a representative of their choice. Flint is more than 54% African American, but the proposed Commission House district splits the city in a way that can result in 0 representatives from Flint due to the suburbs having higher primary turnout. This would also likely mean 0 African American representatives from Flint. Flint has been negatively impacted by past decisions of the state government, resulting in emergency managers and the Flint water crisis. We need more representation, not less. Please consider these community concerns as you work through the final versions of this map. A map was submitted in your portal on behalf of Flint community with the reference number of P723, P723, P723. This map is not perfect, but it is a better option for our community, for my city, and for places that people call home throughout our city. We ask that you would ensure fair and equitable representation in our community because we need it, we deserve it, and we want it. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 157.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you very much for your hard work. My name is Marion Kinnicutt, and I live in the city of Midland, but I work in Saginaw, and my daughter attends high school in Saginaw. There are suggestions that the reason that Midland should be put in the same legislative district as counties like Gladwin County and Isabella County is because Midland shares the same watershed as these two counties. This is in fact not logical reasoning, and I will share with you why this reasoning is wrong. By this reasoning, Midland should actually be in the same legislative district with Saginaw and Bay City instead, because these 3 counties all share parts of the Saginaw Bay watershed. Although Midland County does indeed share a watershed with Gladwin and Isabella counties, the impact of the communities that share the Saginaw Bay watershed is undisputed. This is because parts of Midland County drain into Saginaw County's Tittabawassee Township, which is why these parts of Midland County are regulated by the Saginaw Area Stormwater Authority. Furthermore, this is why Freeland and other parts of Saginaw County were devastated by the aftermath of Midland's flood in 2020. Plus, pollution from Midland Industries drains downstream and has been a long-standing problem with these parts of Saginaw County for many years. We call Saginaw, Midland, and Bay City the Tri-Cities because these 3 cities together have a long-standing common economic, historical, social, and cultural ties in addition to the shared watersheds. Please keep the Tri-Cities together in the same legislative district because we 3 communities need to work together for our common issues.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 158.
Greetings. My name is Ashley Young, and I would like to say that Flint needs its own representative. The city should not be split. Genesee County will not have minority representation with the current maps because of the split of the city of Flint and the African-American population. Flint is and has historically been faced with unique challenges facing the city, and we need our own representative. Based on the current maps, that may not happen. And so we thank you for the work that you've done. You have not done it in vain, and I can only imagine what it is to be in your position. And we ask that you continue working because you accepted this position to serve the people. And to serve the people is to take those things into consideration, to go back to the drawing board. And like the gentleman with the hard hat said, we believe that you can draw a fair map. Keep working at it and don't split us up. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. All right, that was a great finale. So I believe that concludes our public live in-person public commentary for the evening. Is there anybody I missed? All right, without objection, we are going to take a 10-minute recess. It is currently 7:08. Hearing no objection, we're going to recess until 7:20. Thank you very much, everybody. At that point, we will move on to the remote commentary. Commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission back to order at 7:23 PM. Will the secretary please call the roll?
Absolutely, Madam Chair. Commissioners, please say present when I call your name. If you're attending today's meeting remotely, please disclose during roll call that you are attending remotely, as well as where you are attending from. I'll start with Doug Clark. Juanita Curry.
Present and attending remotely from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eid. Brittany Kellum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Flett. Cynthia Orton. MC Rothorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett. Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss. Dustin Witches. 12 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you. Individuals who have signed up and indicated they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. I will call on your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute your microphone and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say the host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by your name. Also, please note that if you experience technical or audio issues, or if we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and then return to you after they are finished speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so that you can participate during the next public comment period at a later hearing or meeting. You will have 90 seconds to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when your 90 seconds has ended and you hear the timer. Remember, you can also go to the public comment tool and share your comments in writing, including any specific area of the map about which you are speaking. The public comment tool is available at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. First in line to provide public comment is James Gallant. Please allow a moment for our staff to unmute you. Yep.
Hello, this is James Gallant in Marquette. These are my opinions. I believe you have in front of you a copy of my formal response from the Michigan Department of Management Budget denying my request for a copy of any documentation that they can show that they have the approved, certified, transmitted constitutional amendment language that was transmitted to the Director of Management and Budget as required under MCL 168.486, because that document doesn't exist within the Department of Management and Budget. So please do your due diligence and request a report and recommendations from your legal team to ensure that the oversight for this commission within the legislative branch of this state is determined by the public officials who have legitimate authority to make those decisions. And also, please repost these public meetings as public meetings that include a public hearing, because I believe that you have denied the public their opportunity for an additional 1 minute of public comment time concerning the issues that are other than the proposed maps, the hearing, that you're having a hearing, but you're supposed to get that other 1 minute for other issues, other than that. And so please provide me with the extra 5 minutes at a future meeting to help mitigate my own personal losses for, my freedom of speech, due process, equal protection, all that stuff that, your folks are here to provide that service to the community and to get everybody's input. And so please do your due diligence.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 3, Anthony Scannell.
Hello, Commissioners. Anthony Scannell, Wayne County. Well, you've really come quite so far, and you've listened to a lot of testimony, so I gotta give you kudos for that. Can you please zoom in on Wayne County, map operator? So I'm interested in your congressional map, mostly because I care, about a lot of the issues that happen at a national level, and I could get into that maybe in another time. But I think this would be a much better configuration for Detroit in Congress. If you look at the West District I've drawn, it looks more consistent with the Rouge River watershed to an extent than anything the commission has drawn. I don't really support apple, birch, cedar, maple, V1 RAS, V1 RL, juniper. But if that was to look like any of them, I would say maybe it almost resembles RL. But so anyway, you know how that would affect the population metrics for the district, and I think that's what the community's asked for. So I hope you can go with something like it. And I don't know how many tree names you have left. If maybe you have dogwood, crabapple, but maybe you could name the final map you choose the bridge map. And some people might say it's a bridge too far. Some might say you've burned your bridges, and some might say it's a bridge to nowhere, but I think it could be a bridge over troubled water, your final map, the bridge maps. So hope you will go with something like this. And I like the way that affects Wayne County too. Check that out. So thanks. Congress. Yeah.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Nomi Joyrich.
Hello, good evening. I am Nomi Joyrich, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Michigan Unitarian Universal Social Justice Network. We are a nonpartisan, faith-based statewide organization, and our members span the political spectrum and reside in every corner of this great state. We would like to humbly thank this commission for your dedication to this sacred work. We are still concerned that none of the tree maps display partisan fairness or address prison gerrymandering. We ask you to place prison populations who do not have the right to vote in their home communities. These are the communities where prisoners are connected and committed to and where they will return to. Alternatively, please place them in overpopulated House and Senate districts, and this would help prevent the surrounding non-prison population from having an outsized influence. Please look at the written testimony that you received last night from researchers at Villanova University. It offers a detailed analysis of how prison gerrymandering impacts the districts proposed in all of the tree maps. Promote the Vote has submitted maps that do a great job dealing with these issues, and we ask that you consider Promote the Vote maps portal ID numbers P6782, P6783, and P6784. Thank you very much for your time as we all work together to end gerrymandering and ensure that all voters speak with the same volume. Thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 5, Dovie Richter.
Debbie, you're unmuted and free to address the commission.
Thank you so much. My name is Dovie Richter. I'm a proud resident of the city of Flint. My biggest concern is the splitting of Flint for Michigan House seats. Splitting up the city proper takes away strength and unity from a city that already has so many problems. We need our voice represented in Lansing. Their concern is the maps. They clearly give the Republican Party an advantage. To show the discrepancy, think about this. How many seats would each party have under these maps if the Michigan popular vote resulted in a tie? On a fair map, the answer would be the representatives would also be tied. But the answer under any of the maps so far drawn is a clear Republican advantage. What's the point of redistricting if one party has an inherent advantage over the other? I ask that the maps be fairly redrawn. Thank you for your time and your hard work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 6, Daniela Davis.
Start my video. Okay, okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. My name is Daniela Davis, a mother of two and live in Beverly Hills. I've lived in Oakland County for most of my life. Voters, not politicians, promised that our communities would be kept together. With the proposed redistricting, many established communities have not been. The greater Detroit area communities, specifically the Birmingham, Bloomfield areas, are broken up in an obvious way to gerrymander. Commission members, the maps are not compliant with the Voting Rights Act. Specifically, you have not drawn majority-minority districts. Every draft map for the State House puts Bloomfield Township in more than one district, intentionally diluting its interests. At least one map puts Bloomfield Township in 5 different State House districts. And thirdly, State House draft maps put Birmingham in a district that snakes south of the county line into Wayne County. Community has been the key word in many pleas you've heard. Community of interest, per the state constitution, should take priority. Birmingham, Bloomfield Hills, and Bloomfield Township have historically combined to form a community of interest. This community includes a close-knit and growing diverse population and offers 2 district-wide public schools. Please consider fair and just divisions, keeping our communities together for the true interest and representation of our voters. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 8, Alex Yarber.
Good evening. Members of the commission, thank you for the opportunity to address you tonight, and thank you for your work on this project. My name is Alex Yarber, and I'm a resident of Heartland Township in the northeast corner of Livingston County. The most important objective to be accomplished by redistricting is for the commission to preserve communities of interest. This is, after all, the #1 most important criteria in the Constitution behind the physical elements of population and geography. Communities of interest supersede partisan fairness as a criteria for redistricting. Based on some preliminary maps that I've reviewed, it appears that communities within Livingston County will not be separated into other counties. I appreciate these efforts. And I would kindly encourage you to please avoid associating any Livingston County communities with Washtenaw County going forward, since Livingston and Washtenaw represent 2 very disparate communities of interest. Thank you for your efforts on this, and thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 9, Hunter Ehrman.
Numbers 9 through 11 are not currently present.
Okay, number 12, Tammy DeRider.
Hi, good evening. Thank you all for the work that you are doing on this commission. I'm from Midland, and I'm speaking tonight as an adjunct American historian. Michigan became a state in 1837. For a territory to apply for statehood, the territory had to have a number of things in place before making the application. 60,000 residents and a voted upon state constitution, among other things. Then they could apply. The land was also further divided into counties, a concept which came over from England with our early settlers. A good concept, but I would like to suggest that life has changed dramatically since the 19th century. Our county lines were drawn well over 150 years ago, and all were formed around agricultural needs, mining, fishing, lumber, etc., all prior to the growth of large cities. Life has changed, and our challenges and opportunities have also changed with this growth. New complexities require, dare I say, out of the county box thinking. For the health and security of both rural communities and cities, and to be fair to both, and to the politicians representing them, I urge you to consider any of the maps that would keep cities together, such as Flint, but also group cities together, particularly my region, the Tri-Cities, as a model for future decision-making. The Great Lakes Bay region is flourishing and stands as a role model for new ways of communicating.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 13, Doug Floto.
Hi, I'm Doug Floto. I live in Commerce Township, and most of our historical, economic, and cultural ties lie to the south and east along M5 and the I-96 corridors. The congressional maple and juniper maps reflect this pretty well. So from the congressional representation point of view, those are pretty good. But none of the state or house maps, that would be none of the peach, oak, pine, elm, cherry, or spruce, represent that geographical and historical fact. They lump us in with these rural areas to the north and west, and we don't have anything in common with those areas. And it's also strongly skews it to favor the Republican Party. We need a state and House and Senate maps that are similar to maple and juniper congressional maps that reflect our community interest. And when thinking about partisan fairness in looking at the maps, it's odd that not a single one has a Democratic majority. They all are skewed to.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 14, Marion Mahoney.
Marion, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission. Marion, if you can hear us, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission. It looks like Marion is experiencing audio issues. I suggest we move on.
Right, we will move on to number 15, Jared Boot.
That participant is not present.
Number 16, Talia Grieve.
Good evening. My name is Talia Grieve, and I'm speaking to you on behalf of my community, Muskegon County. Thank you for the work and your very long day today, commissioners. Muskegon County is a lakeshore community. This is important at the congressional level. We've utilized the Great Lakes Restoration Initiative to recover both Muskegon Lake and White Lake in our county. The same program has been utilized to restore Lake Macatawa in Holland as well. We share similar water infrastructure, economic interests, and environmental concerns as communities as Grand Haven and Holland in Ottawa County. In addition to a clear lakeshore connection, Muskegon County also shares manufacturing and agricultural ties with Ottawa County. These two counties form the heart of our lakeshore community and the bulk of its population. Muskegon and Grand Rapids have very different needs at the federal level. Grand Rapids is not a lakeshore community. Efforts to combine these two communities divide the lakeshore and make it a secondary concern. A more logical approach would to include Allegan County along the lakeshore.
It too is a lakeshore community that has significant agricultural ties, while also a burgeoning manufacturing sector that complements existing manufacturing in Ottawa and Muskegon counties. Muskegon fits so much more naturally with Ottawa and Allegan counties than it does with communities on the shores of Saginaw Bay more than 200 miles away. Please keep the Lake Michigan shoreline together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Edward Koblucher.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you see me? Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Edward Klobuchar, and I am the City Manager of Hazel Park. I am a lifelong resident of Hazel Park. I am requesting the Commission place the cities of Hazel Park and Madison Heights in a U.S. congressional district with other Oakland County cities. Several proposed maps have placed the cities of Hazel Park and Madison Heights in a congressional district completely separate from other Oakland County cities. These two cities and a small portion of Macomb County have little or no community of interest, with a large Wayne County district comprised primarily of the city of Detroit. This district is reminiscent of the old 14th district in the 1980s, where Hazel Park and Madison Heights experienced little or no meaningful federal representation because we had little or no community of interest with the other cities in that congressional district. Please choose one of the maps that places Hazel Park and Madison Heights in a congressional district with other Oakland County communities. Thank you so much for listening to me, and thank you so much for your hard work on these many issues, Commission. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 23, Charday Chambers.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, perfect. I'll get started. My name is Charday Chambers. I'm from Kalamazoo County, and I'm calling to voice my concern about the congressional map, specifically the Birch map. That is one of the most terrible maps that you guys have created. When you put us next to further on the West Lake Shore, we have no common interest with the West Lake Shore. Kalamazoo would do better being by itself as a county as a whole, or would do better going towards Calhoun County. If you push us further west, you lose our interest, you lose our minority core, you use our background. We are a very growing place, and we're not to be connected with rural areas. We don't share the same backgrounds. And even from our last discussion, when you guys were in Grand Rapids, we would also not like to be connected with Grand Rapids because we don't share the same interests as them. If you could keep Kalamazoo County together, and if you do push us somewhere, I would say push us closer to Calhoun County, not further up the lakeshore, because we don't share the same interests. Again, I want to thank you guys for your time tonight. It was a pleasure seeing you guys once again, and I thank you for your work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number Maggie Leonard, 24.
Good evening, commissioners. I join you tonight to speak about Allegan County. Allegan County is home to an incredible array of agricultural products, processing, and even the trucks that carry these homegrown products. In addition to being an agricultural powerhouse, our county is also a tourist destination along the lakeshore. When drawing these maps at the federal level, this must be taken into consideration. Allegan County should be paired with similar communities. Ottawa and Allegan are a natural fit. Both are along the lakeshore, both have strong agricultural hubs, and the city of Holland is split between the both of them. While Grand Rapids has garnered much attention as our state's second biggest city, the lakeshore communities of Ottawa and Allegan counties are much different. They have a different set of issues and needs at the federal level. Allegan and Ottawa counties should be kept together and whole, placing with neighborhood communities on the lakeshore like Muskegon and Van Buren, which also have a significant agricultural presence. Please consider adopting the Lakeshore District in the Apple map. This would help farming communities by giving them a stronger voice and would also unify lakeshore communities. Please keep Allegan County with our neighboring lakeshore counties to give my community the best chance to continue succeeding in the future. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 25, Scott Henry.
Scott, you're unmuted and free to address the commission.
Yes, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Good evening. My name is Scott Henry. I'm a lifelong resident of Swartz Creek, but I have spent a good portion of my life in the city of Flint. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I appreciate each of you for being a part of this process. I recognize that a lot of work went into these proposed maps, but unfortunately, I don't believe the way they have been drawn captures the intent of the law to make this a fair process for all. I would ask that the city of Flint be maintained as one area and not torn apart. Let us not forget that the citizens of Flint and other predominantly poor and African-American communities were stripped of their rights to representation due to the Emergency Manager Act that was originally defeated in a vote by the citizens in the state of Michigan in 2012, but then placed into law by a partisan state legislator 5 weeks later. This commission has been given a gift by the voters of this great state to make a difference that would ensure that those who need a voice the most are not forgotten. I urge you to continue to work through this process to ensure that fairness and equal representation for all is achieved, and not just a select few. I appreciate the hard work that each of you have put into this. I know it's been a long day, and I wish you nothing but the best of luck. Thank you for this opportunity again.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 26, Royce Stevens.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I like to thank you guys for allowing me to speak. My name is Roy Stevens. I was born and raised in Flint, Michigan. And I want to talk to you about the proposed map for the state rep seat in Flint, Michigan. Flint is a community of interest, and Flint is currently being impacted by the Flint water crisis and will be impacted by the water crisis for a long time. The proposed maps will negatively impact the minority vote in Flint, and this will reverse the benefits of the Voters' Right Act. The socioeconomic conditions in Flint are also different than the communities that you align Flint with your proposed maps. I'm asking that you will reconsider your map and make sure that you align Flint with Flint and residents that align with us socioeconomically. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 29, Rob Wilson.
Good evening. I'm Rob Wilson, and I live in the west side of Troy. Please forgive me for reading this statement. I live near the border of Birmingham and Bloomfield Hills. I like the Juniper map because I think that Troy should be kept whole along with the balance of Oakland County. And I say that because I think Troy shares many more similarities and needs with Birmingham and Bloomfield Hills and the other communities included in the Juniper map. The Big Beaver Economic Corridor, where I used to work, seems to me to be a natural extension to many of the businesses in Birmingham. I think that the Birch, Maple, and Apple maps are wrong for Troy since we don't share the same needs or businesses with many of the communities further east, specifically like East Point, Sterling Heights, and Fraser. I appreciate the hard work that your commission is doing, and I appreciate the opportunity to contribute. Thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 30, Nada.
Numbers 30 through 35 are not currently present.
Thank you. Through 35, you said? 36, Steve.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, this is Steve Walker. As I've said before, I'm a retired political science professor. Tonight, I want to analyze the report you received from Dr. Handley. Realize I'm not very good with modern technology, so I may have missed something, but I think I understand what she's trying to say. And I would characterize her report as superficial and wrong. you'll note that she didn't give you one court case to justify this 40% figure she's using for a minority district. She didn't quote one law that says 40% is sufficient. She also didn't tell you any other states that use 40% as a standard, and she certainly didn't cite a article from a peer-reviewed periodical to make this point. Frankly, I find her analysis to be shoddy, and really she ought to be embarrassed. She starts out by analyzing 6 statewide elections. What in the world does that have to do with the issue? The issue here is whether a Black candidate in a primary district can win. There's no connection to a statewide election. And 2 of her examples, of course, are John James. He didn't even receive a majority of the Black vote. And
Thank you for addressing the commission. Cindy Weir.
Hi, my name is Cindy Weir, and I am a resident of the city of Midland. I have supported the legislative districts that include my community of interest, the Tri-Cities and Mid-Michigan. Saginaw, Bay City, Midland, and Flint should be together, not only because they have so much in common, but also because it creates districts with close to zero political bias, and it improves overall fairness of the maps. I noticed that Midland Republicans have consistently asked for Midland and Gladwin to remain together for flood recovery until Commissioner Lang released map number 243. This gerrymandered map puts Gladwin in another district, and it splits the watershed. But it gives Congressman Molinar a safe seat. Suddenly, there are more calls to make Midland a westward-facing district and support for Commissioner Lang's map. I hope the commission keeps this in mind while reviewing concerns about flooding, because when they had a chance to get a safe seat, the Republicans suddenly didn't care about helping Gladwin with flood recovery. And at the same time, they exposed the watershed issue as a red herring. Well, that's all. Thank you for your attention, consideration, and hard work. We'll see you again, I'm sure.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 39.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Lang.
I would just like to point of personal privilege. I would just like to say that my maps were not gerrymandered. There was no intent of gerrymandering, and I do not like the accusation. And I just wanted to say that as a point of personal privilege. Thank you.
You're welcome. I feel like all of our maps have been accused of being gerrymandered. So, all right, moving on. Number 39, Andrew Seller.
Hi, my most important point today is that the maps are a great improvement over the cheating we've suffered through for the last 2 decades, but there's still 5% in favor of Republicans. We really worked so hard to get this commission in place to bring that number to 0. We really want 0 partisan bias. Like, that's the most important thing. Thousands of us worked hard to get the law passed in 2018 because of the partisan bias we've suffered under for so long. In my county, Washtenaw County, we have enough population to justify 6 House districts, not just 5, and we only have 5 now. So please make it like as fair as possible to get us 6 House districts. Also, the Senate districts in Washtenaw County could be unpacked by having the townships of Scioto, Saline, and Pittsfield on the western side of our county go to Jackson, and they have much more in common politically and socially with Jackson than they do with the rest of Washtenaw County. Finally, the current interpretation of the Voting Rights Act, I don't think is appropriate at all for the city of Detroit. And I just really encourage you to listen to the residents of the city to draw their districts. So thank you so much for all your hard work. I know this is really hard and tedious, and I appreciate all you've done so far, but I think it could be better still.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 40, Judy Hart.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Judy Hart. I also live in county. We voted as a state to stop gerrymandering of many regions. When you manipulate election maps, it undermines our democracy. Oh, I guess I have to play that, sorry. I would like to support geographically balanced districts that reflect the political orientation of the population of that region. Please make partisan fairness as a priority. This can be accomplished by unpacking the heavily packed Democratic districts due to the past practices of gerrymandering. For the commission to reach zero partisan bias, they must strive to reach 6 House districts in Washtenaw County. In the Senate, Pittsfield, Scioto, and Saline, as well as Western Washtenaw County, should be in a district with Jackson County. The commission should continue to unpack these votes. Thank you for taking on this task. Remember, the ultimate goal is for partisan fairness in redistricting. Thank you again for everything.
Thank you for addressing the commission. I believe we have number 20, Louise Weller has joined.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Louise Weller and I live in Livonia, Michigan. I want to speak about all 3 State House maps. In 2018, I was a captain with Voters Not Politicians because I wanted to end political gerrymandering. My team collected thousands of signatures in order to form this commission. Now what I see in Southeast Michigan and Metro Detroit is a new gerrymandering that is slicing up our communities seemingly without regard for the havoc that this will cause. I see what is defined as negative racial gerrymandering, lines that have been drawn to prevent racial minorities from electing their preferred representatives. Districts 8, 16, and 21 on these maps are especially a gerrymandered nightmare. It seems in trying to avoid majority-minority districts, you are creating negative racial gerrymandering. My own city of Livonia has been cut into 3 pieces to support this negative racial gerrymandering. As I have testified in the past, the city of Livonia has achieved partisan fairness in elections. I implore this commission not to cut our city apart in order to support this travesty of racial gerrymandering. Please keep Livonia as 1 State House district, and for everyone's sake, please redraw the lines in the Metro Detroit area to better serve the needs and interests of the community.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 51, Scott Stewart. Oh, I'm sorry, I jumped ahead. 41, Arthur Woodson.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, can you put up P7273 before my time start?
Could you say it again?
P72.
7273.
Yes. Before my time start.
Yep, I believe it's up right now.
That's the biggest you can make it?
Can you see it?
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me start off by saying that it is gerrymandering because you take small amount of African Americans and put them in a heavily district Democratic name only, because you know that the African Americans are going to vote for a Democrat no matter what. And in Genesee County, we have a white Democratic Party and a black Democratic Party. If you notice, you saw it today, where you saw the majority of the blacks that was there, African Americans that was there today, was for P7273, and other ones was for AFL-CIO. No time did they come and talk to the African Americans in the Flint community. If you notice, that's just like 34th district as it is right now. Why couldn't we just keep it the way it was? Where you see District 49, they have over 13,000 votes right there alone, which will wipe out the majority of the blacks up north in Flint. You all are gerrymandering. We talked to 2 commissioners and we told them when they came to Flint to Broome Center that we didn't want them to divide us and we wanted our seat. And that was bottom line. And you all are not listening to the people here in the city of Flint. And that's ridiculous. And if you feel slighted, oh well. And quit trying to pacify us, just like the African-American lady turned around and tried to speak. Don't pacify us. Just do what's right and give us our seat for our.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 42, Mandeep Singh.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you for your work. My name is Mandeep Singh. My family and I live in Troy. Currently, I have the privilege of serving as the president of the Sikh Gurdwara in Rochester Hills. I'm here today to speak up on behalf of my religious community. We have not yet advocated for ourselves in this process. Sikhs need to be considered a community of interest. The Sikhs are a growing yet underrepresented community tied together by common values and cultural experiences, not only locally but worldwide. As a local volunteer working with people who are experiencing food insecurity and a member of the Sikh community, I can attest how crucial religious cultural representation and advocacy are to the social fabric of our state. Though we are small in numbers, Sikhs need to be together to amplify our political voice and be an active part of our congressperson's constituency. The Birch map keeps our Gurdwaras of Rochester Hills and Sterling Heights, Sikh community centers, together, unifying the Sikhs of Troy, Rochester, and Sterling Heights. For the underrepresented, this map is a powerful vehicle for us to engage in the broader community in a meaningful way. You will see many comments from my community on the Birch map, so I ask you to consider the Sikhs a community of interest on your final congressional map. Before I end, I acknowledge no map will be perfect, but I encourage the Commission to please listen to the voices of Detroiters and the residents of Flint and address their concerns. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 43, Jerry Hall.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Hall. I've been a resident of Flint for over 40 years and a GM retiree. I speak on behalf of the Black Caucus. I would like the MICRC to consider the city of Flint as a COI and not split the city of Flint. We are a community of interest. I stand opposed to the proposed state house map because in my opinion, this map does not reflect consideration of the city of Flint boundaries. Flint has and continues to be impacted by the Flint water crisis. The socioeconomic conditions in Flint are far different than those in the cities that will be in the same district via the proposed map. In my opinion, this map falls short in protecting the voices of communities of color. We must ensure the new maps reflect Michigan's diverse population. With the current proposed map, Genesee County will not have any minority representation. We want fair representation and fair maps. Keep Flint together. I want to thank the commissioners for their consideration of keeping Flint together as a community of interest. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. And number 45, Carolyn Ballard.
Carolyn, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the
Okay.
commission.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, okay, thank you. Sorry. My name is Carolyn Ballard, and I've been a resident of Battle Creek for 30 plus years. First of all, I would like to thank the commission for all of their hard work in trying to draw fair maps that keep communities of interest in mind. Basically, in reference to the State House map, I'm definitely in support where Battle Creek is paired with Albion, even though I'm not really sure why it goes around Michigan, but I'm in Marshall, though. But I really appreciate that pairing. These two communities of interest typically come together on a variety of occasions. I actually have worked with some programs in Albion through church affiliation, youth programming, et cetera. So that this pairing of these two communities really makes a lot of sense to me. However, the Senate map that pairs Battle Creek somehow with Kent County really is not as clear to me. These two communities are far away from each other, and it's kind of impossible to interact successfully. I truly feel, though, overall, that it is very difficult when changes are being made to maps merely to satisfy political agendas over community needs. Again, just want to say thank you for the work that you do, and please continue your efforts in trying to draw fair maps for our communities. Peace and blessings.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 46, Percy Johnson.
Percy, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission. Percy, if you can hear us, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. So my concern is definitely not splitting Flint up in our big cities. Make sure that you follow the AFL CIO map or the people not politicians map. It sounds like from what I'm hearing, we got a majority of people who are voicing their opinion, saying that those maps seem to be fair, where they're protecting the big cities and giving them an opportunity. And Lord knows, Flint doesn't need any more this fairness put on them. So make sure you keep Flint whole. Make sure you take care of the big cities, that their population of citizens that live there, that they have a chance to be fairly represented by having the support that they need from their elected officials to give them voting strength. Don't weaken their strength and their voting power. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 47, Booker Walker.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Booker T. Walker. I am a community activist. I work for Michigan Liberation as a clean slate organizer. I'm also a youth mentor, and I run a prison ministry which connects children to their incarcerated parents. I am also a returning citizen. After 4 failed paroles and 25 and a half years incarcerated, I came home in 2011. I've been home over 10 years. After my release, I gained a college degree. I live in Detroit, Wayne County, which by way incarcerates more inmates than any other county in Michigan. During the course of my incarceration, I was counted in at least 2 census. One particularly when I was housed in Baraga, Michigan, opening up that prison in Baraga, Michigan. The community at that time was very rural, and it thrived as a result of the redistricting and gerrymandering. This appropriated Berg and other communities that was not my home residence and allowed this system to reduce representation and resources that would have benefited in my reentry transition. This is an unfair practice that needs to end now. We say we live in the land of the free and the home of the brave. Well, let's be brave and do something about this and change this racist system. Let's live up to the creed that ends this racist policy. I would like to see representation in Lansing that represents me and my family and community where my home resides. Thanks for hearing me.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 48, Deborah Saley.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, great. My name is Deborah Saleh, Deborah L. Saleh, and I have lived in Battle Creek, Michigan, Calhoun County for 73 years. And I really want to thank the commission for putting Battle Creek and Albion together in a state house district, as those Calhoun County cities together makes a lot of sense because they have a lot in common. But I am a little bit concerned that our state Senate district goes all the way up to southern Kent County. I don't go to Kent County on a regular basis as I do Albion because it is further away. I might go up to Kent County if I'm traveling somewhere up north or something like that to go visit, whatever, but that is still very seldom. So I really don't understand the concept of putting Battle Creek that far up on the map. So I really do believe they really need to retry that one and do it again in unity and God's grace.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 49, Amanda Oster.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. I want to thank Commissioner Lang and support her congressional map and state Senate maps. I also want to add my voice to support the Oak State House map. These maps best reflect our communities here in Mid and Northern Michigan. They correct the injustice that has been done by the commission when they blatantly cut the city of Midland out of the proposed collaborative congressional maps, as well as the fact that no state Senate collaborative maps keep Midland with Gladwin County together. Our area deserves to have its voice heard in Lansing and Washington, D.C., and quite frankly, we demand you do better. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 50, Kathy Frederick.
I am Kathy Frederick. I reside in the city of Flint. The city of Flint should not be split into two voting blocks wherein minority representation is marginalized. Our needs in urban areas are greater and different from small suburban communities with few minorities. We as a society need equitable representation in our House and our Senate if the needs of all citizens are going to be addressed. Our voting strength in Flint's minority community, African American, needs to be maintained as one in the Michigan House and Michigan Senate. You no doubt know that the minority voter turnout in many urban areas leaves much to be desired, and Flint is no exception. We, as an African American, need to know and feel that our votes matter and make a difference in our well-being. It is commonly heard in our community, and I quote, "My vote doesn't matter, why vote?" unquoted. The young and old have expressed such sentiments. In the coveted positions that you presently serve, you have the opportunity to help end such anti-voting sentiments by doing the right thing, giving us voting districts that will make our votes count more meaningfully in addressing the needs of communities of color, African Americans. It would be more impactful to vote and communicate with one elected official in the Michigan House and one elected official in the Michigan Senate for our people of color and our city of Flint. There are not many cities in the state of Michigan with a substantial minority population. Please do diligence for us, and I thank you kindly for giving us your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 51, Scott Stewart.
Hello there. My name is Scott Stewart, and I am a resident community leader in the city of Pontiac. I have lived in Oakland County my entire life. I've been following the redistricting process since the beginning, really assessing with our community as new maps have been proposed, and want to sincerely thank you all for your incredibly hard work during this process. Definitely not easy, and as always, no one is ever going to be happy, regardless of whatever way you go. Regarding all of the maps, and as you are thinking about the city of Pontiac, I would really like to uplift the connection between Pontiac and Auburn Hills as communities of interest. Pontiac shares industry and infrastructure with Auburn Hills. In industry, we have Amazon, Chrysler, OCC, and the incredible connection with Oakland University and Pontiac through various different initiatives that we have there. Auburn Hills actually used to be Pontiac Township. It actually continues to be the largest tax contributor to the Pontiac School District. And so there's lots of connection there. Most of the state Senate maps now have these communities together. So we thank you for listening to our concerns and making those adjustments prior. We're asking today that you make a single change to our state house map. All of the current maps for state house include us with a random part of Waterford right now, which we actually have less connection with. And so we would prefer and ask that you hear our concern and include Pontiac and Auburn Hills together on the state house maps. Finally, I just want to note on one of the federal congressional maps most connect us with local communities in Oakland County. Please don't go with the one that connects us to Flint. There's less connection there. So thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 52, Rosa Holiday.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I am Rosa Holiday. I reside in Bay City, and I want to thank you and commend you for including the Birch for the congressional district, which would include Flint, Genesee County, Flint, Bay, Saginaw, the city of Midland together, as well as the Cherry, which is the Senate map, and your Pine for the State House map. That those are really good decisions on that. However, I would also like to say to you about your maps. They must be fair. The other maps statewide. Now, during the statewide, if one party wins the most votes statewide, they should be able to get the most seats. But that has not happened in the last 20 years. That means that your map right now do not reflect that. Your map statewide leaning strongly Republican, and they should not be like that. They should be fair around.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 53, Charity Ehrman.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Charity Ehrman, and I live in Ottawa County. Ottawa County is a unique community, and life for West Michigan residents is heavily tied to the lakeshore. Because of the importance of the lakeshore as a community of interest, I strongly support Map 201, the Apple map, or Commissioner Lang's map. These versions of the map respect the lakeshore and also unite agricultural communities of interest so that family farmers have a stronger voice in the redistricting process. I respectfully urge the commission to keep Ottawa County whole in the final version of the map. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 54, Charday Chambers. Is that a duplicate? Yeah,
Yes,
she's on
it
here
is.
twice. Okay.
The next participant available is number 56.
56 is Bentley Johnson.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to make comments. Through my experience working to respond to the Flint water crisis and my efforts to prevent similar tragedies in other communities, I've seen the critical importance of fair and real representation of communities in Lansing and DC. And this representation is especially important for communities of color who carry the disproportionate burden of environmental injustice from decisions made by government and the private sector. So for this reason, I feel that it is essential that the city of Flint stay together and the commission uncrack Flint. Michigan voters made it clear that they want fair maps that make elected officials more responsible to voters. That's why the commission should look to promote the votes, fair and equitable maps for guidance on fair and inclusive districts. And the commission should also strongly favor maps submitted on the portal that achieve both consideration of communities of interest and ensuring partisan fairness, rather than one at the expense of the other. And they're very much not mutually exclusive. The pine, cherry, and birch maps provide better representation for Michiganders than the other options. However, additional improvements are needed. And Flint should be kept whole across State House, State Senate, and congressional maps. Finally, in general, the commission should conduct a more robust Voting Rights Act analysis, and these Voting Rights Act districts must establish the opportunity to elect a candidate of choice. So this will require.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line. Is 56. Nope, we got 56. It's 57, Amy Curry.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Amy Curry, and I've been a resident of Midland for 6 years. Thank you for the opportunity to address you today. When you have fair competitive districts, you end up with candidates who have to work for all of the people of their district, not just those who ascribe to the most extreme lane of their party. We have had unfair districts for years in Midland, and we have therefore had extreme candidates who only have to win their party's primary to win their election. I'm asking you to change that, not to give one party an advantage, but to make sure both major parties have a competitive chance. For these reasons, I'm asking you to support the birch map for congressional, the cherry map for Senate, and the pine map for House. Thank you again for your time tonight and for your diligence to end gerrymandering. This concludes my remarks.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 58, Bertine.
Good evening. My name is Bertine Yules and I live in Linden. I've been a proud UAW member for over 35 years and we believe in fairness. The State House and Senate maps are nowhere near done. You still have work to do to get to partisan fairness. Keep going. You can have fair maps that also comply with all of your other rules. If it means you have to make big changes, then make big changes. Fairness is when both parties have to win a majority of votes to win a majority of seats, not when one party has a leg up. The Constitution requires partisan fairness. You can do this while also respecting communities of interest. If you have to pick different communities of interest to get to partisan fairness, then do it. Look at the AFL-CIO Fair Maps project for ideas on how to do both. Do not split the city of Flint. The city has suffered so much and needs to have a representative from the city to be their voice in Lansing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 59, LaWanda Hollister.
Unmute and start the video. Okay, hello, my name is LaWanda Hollister and I am actually from Flint, Michigan. I was incarcerated and spent 34 years in prison here in Ypsilanti, Michigan, at which time I was counted in the census for all 34 years as part of Ypsilanti, which took resources away from Flint. So therefore, I ask you to support and promote the vote map 6782, 6783, and 6784. They do the best job representing the effort to end prison gerrymandering. Thank you. And that is all I have to say.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 63, Alice.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I addressed this commission on the 29th of September as a follow-up to a letter I sent.
You're very quiet, so could you speak up just a bit?
I addressed this commission on the 29th of September as a follow-up to a letter I sent on the 28th, which supposedly was given to the commissioners but was never posted to the meeting materials page. Thus, I'm not certain you have had an opportunity to read it. Briefly, I was concerned about the evidence and process, or lack thereof, the commission uses when analyzing community of interest proposals. One point I made was COIs can have a partisan bias to them, even though the Constitution prohibits a community of interest based only on an association with a political party. The commission drew several communities based on Republican input, CW 7407, on comment portal. I speak to you again on the record because of the commenter 91 in the October 21st public hearing, and a few similar others as well. That Republican trustee for Oneida Township appealed to this commission to discount a great many comments in Ann Arbor and Lansing, presumably on your Cherry and Pine maps. He asked you to do this because they were partisan Democrats or instructed to make a comment by a Democratic organization. If you are going to ignore comments because they are coming from Democrats, then I ask this commission to research and reject comments and COIs from Republicans as well. Otherwise, this is a double standard worthy of George Orwell's Animal Farm, where some people are more equal than others. That story was about an authoritarian government, not a democracy. Please be fair to everyone making public comments and reject.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 64, Ashley Prue.
Hello and thank you. My name is Ashley Prue and I live in Fenton. I am a resident of Genesee County, but not a resident of Flint. I recognize the importance of Flint having minority representation at the state level. As a resident of the Out County, I can state that the city of Flint is a community of interest that should be kept together for both the state house and state senate. The areas in the county that are not Flint are very different from the city. Flint has its own unique history and has faced its own unique challenges specific to the city, and it needs its own representation in the state legislature and Senate. Flint needs its own representative for the state house maps. The city should not be split. And that is because it will not have minority representation with the current maps because of how and where Flint is split and how it divides the African American population. Flint is and has historically been faced with unique challenges, and it needs its own representative for the state house maps. Similarly, for the state senate, the city of Burton should not be split for senate districts, and Lapeer County should not be included in a district with northern Genesee County. Burton is a community of interest that has never been split for state senate districts before. Burton, Davison, and Clio are not part of a community of interest with Lapeer County for the state senate. Again, I urge you to keep Flint together and to honor its history and honor the people of the city and give them their voice as a whole city, not split. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 66, Gary.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Gary Flynn, a lifelong resident of Flint. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I also wrote a written message earlier, which reflects what I'm about to say. This concerns the State House and congressional districts. For the State House, I also agree that the city of Flint should stay together and not be split up because of what Flint went through in the past few years with the lack of accountability and and the state neglect and the water crisis and all that. And also for the congressional district, I'd like to be Flint to be combined with Saginaw and Bay City because of all of our common interests, and also because we share the same TV market, which allows both news coverage and promotion of the congressman who represents this district. So I'd like to make sure that Flint remains a strong voice in Lansing, and also that Flint has a strong presence in DC. And I thank you very much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 67, Carolyn Tyler.
Hello?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Good evening. My name is Carolyn Tyler. I live on the north end of Flint in the Falls Avenue neighborhood. I attend Falls Avenue Baptist Church under the leadership of Pastor Reginald Flynn. I'm here to address the redistricting of my area. I sit on the board of Habitat for Humanity's North Flintville Investment Corporation. I'm also a member of Parent Partners and a BNCP volunteer. As a woman of color, I felt my voice wasn't being heard or taken seriously. That's why I wanted a place at the table. As a community, we have a common goal for our children to see and know that we stick together as a community. I'm proud to say that I'm from North Flint. We pulled together when the lead in the water started the Flint water crisis. And when the grocery stores pulled out of North Flint and made it a food desert, we came together as a community and founded a co-op to build our own grocery store that we've made and invested in. This will ensure that future generations of children can say that we own the grocery store. So I would hope that you consider all this when you draw up maps for our area for redistricting. I also would like you to consider map plan P7273 for our area. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 68, Ronnie Waters.
Ronnie, if you can unmute yourself, you're free to address the commission.
Hello,
Hello?
can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, my name is Ronnie Waters and I'm a resident of West Bloomfield, Michigan. Splitting West Bloomfield up again, will this empower our community after a decade of living under gerrymandering that harmed our community? Even the most educated voters cannot keep track of which district they live in, who their representation is, because the boundaries of our district make no sense. They were drawn to favor a political party, not to effectively channel communal interests. West Bloomfield is the only large town in the state to be divided into 2 House districts, 2 Senate districts, and 2 congressional districts. Commission is right to pay special attention to readdressing the unique harm done to our community representation as a result of the 2011 gerrymandering. Also, please promote the vote maps 6782, 6783, and 6784. They do the best job representing the efforts to end prison gerrymandering. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 69, Bob Carrico.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
My name is Bob Carrico, and I'm from Franklin, Michigan. And I'm thankful to the commissioners for all your hard work, but I see 2 serious problems remaining. Right now, the public is seeing on 3 out of the 4 partisan fairness scores a Republican advantage on every one of the draft proposed maps, albeit by small margins in many cases. To reduce the potential for public outcry and court challenges, I would think that the unpacking of some metro areas, such as Ann Arbor, for example, into multiple districts like you rightly did for Lansing and Grand Rapids, would lead to more balanced results with these first 3 fairness scores. The second problem is with Detroit. With the current draft proposed maps, it is difficult to see how the Black people in these districts could ever have a Black representative in the state legislature. With these fixes, things should be much better going forward for the commission and for the people of Michigan. I thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 70, Gwen Markham.
Good evening. My name is Gwen Markham, and I thank you for letting me address you tonight. My community of interest is the city of Novi. My comment applies to all 3 of the State House maps, the Oak, Pine, and Peach. I ask you to keep Novi intact as a community. At about 66,000 residents, we are small enough to be contained within 1 House district. The city of Novi is more than 40% ethnically diverse, including substantial populations of Asian Pacific, Black, and Hispanic residents. All 3 current House maps would divide Novi in ways that would harm our cohesion as a community. We already have 4 different school districts. The final district on each of these House maps, District 110, includes very rural sections of Washtenaw County and Western Oakland County. It stretches and hooks into North Novi, separating 4 precincts from the rest of the city. These happen to be some of the most racially diverse parts of the city. Novi should not be penalized for our diversity. Our city is also already politically balanced, as can be seen by recent close State House and County Commission races. Please redraw the maps and include all of Novi in 1 House district. Thank you, and thank you very much for your service to this commission.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 70. What was that? It's Cat Diggs 72.
Hi, thank you for letting me address the commission. My name is Kat Diggs. My community of interest is reflected in COI maps C780 titled the Detroit-Hamtramck Coalition for Advancing Healthy Environments. The very diverse community represented in this map is composed of members of the Black, Middle Eastern, South Asian, and Polish communities, amongst others, who have historically faced many environmental injustices through the siting of numerous heavy industrial sites and freeways in their community. Residents of that area have therefore suffered disproportionately from chronic respiratory diseases, lower birth rates, and higher mortality rates, both in general and throughout the COVID crisis. Our COI is in many ways representative of many COIs throughout Detroit, where Detroiters face numerous injustices from poor air quality, blight, food deserts, illegal dumping, unsafe housing, high energy and water bills, and now gentrification and community displacement. Access to healthy environments is a human right. And although we appreciate that you kept our COI whole in the US Congress and state Senate maps, only 50% of our COI is included in the 3 Michigan House of Representative maps. We ask that you keep this COI whole when drawing your maps, as well as other COIs throughout Detroit. These communities will be stronger together than separate. So I ask that you make sure that Detroit be kept whole with minority majority districts with 50% more Black vote. Without that representation, the risk is that these maps would disenfranchise minority voters. Much like residents of Flint, Detroiters need representation and have suffered enough injustices. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 73, Barb.
Good evening. I'd ask that you call up the proposed House District 37 map, please, from any of the House District maps. It doesn't matter which one.
Proposed map, House District 37. Can we bring up one of the House maps and go to District 37? What area is that?
Rochester, Rochester Hills.
So it's Rochester area.
Yes. Just above the 29. Yeah, there, or yeah. Thank you all for the time and effort you've put in thus far redrawing Michigan's district maps. I know that the goal of this commission is to ensure districts reflect a consideration of county, city, and township boundaries. I still believe, though, commissioners, you have some work to do. My community of Greater Rochester, Rochester Hills in Oakland County is one area that needs reconsideration. The proposed maps from the commission are all identically drawn and no different than what is currently viewed as House District 45. All of the proposed maps have flipped the carve-out from the west to the east side of southern Oakland Township, north of Rochester Hills, essentially making it an unchanged district and still maintaining a partisan advantage. In keeping with the goal to reflect community boundaries, the entire township of Oakland should be in the same House district. Lastly, the House district requirement for district populations between 77,000 and 91,000 residents, both Rochester and Rochester Hills combined meet this requirement with a population of over 89,000. For an alternative map, I would suggest looking at P7371. Election results show that Michigan is a lean Democratic state. Statewide, the maps proposed by the commission unfairly benefit Republicans, and partisan fairness is not a nice thing to have if you can get it. It is the constitutional duty of this commission, and your job isn't done until you fix that. I thank you so much for your time and consideration this evening and for all the work that you've been doing. I know it's been a long day. Thank you so much.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 75, Jerome Reed.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Jerome Reed, Legislative Liaison with the Michigan Department of Civil Rights. I'm here to provide comments on behalf of both the department and the commission. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Please be advised that the department has also submitted a comprehensive analysis of our position in writing, which we've sent to our stakeholders, posted on our website, and shared on social media. The commission has an historic opportunity and a profound responsibility to redraw Michigan's electoral boundaries so that we preserve, as the Voting Rights Act says you must, the ability of the minority to have a voice in their government and in deciding who will represent their interests from the local school board to the halls of Congress. The maps this body approved on October 11th failed that test. They dilute majority districts and strip the ability for a minority voter to elect legislative representatives who reflect their community and affect any meaningful opportunity to impact public policy and lawmaking. Make no mistake, the decisions you make and the lines you draw will either protect the rights of minorities or ensure that for a decade to come, some Michigan voters will no longer have a voice in decisions that directly impact their lives. We urge you to meet this test of fairness and accountability and rectify the Voting Act's violations inherent in the maps under consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 77, Lucin Jara.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Lucine Jara, and I'm a resident of Genesee County. As a first-generation Arab American, I'm here to speak in support of the request for fair maps that do not split the city of Flint, as well as recognize the importance of the Arab and MENA, Middle Eastern and North African community as a community of interest. At least 20,000 Arab Americans reside in Genesee County, with a large population living here in Flint. The Arab and MENA community is a unique and diverse community. However, we face common challenges as a result of being underreported and underrepresented in federal, state, and local data. These challenges include lack of political representation, economic barriers, language barriers, and significantly underfunded social support services. The census has continued to ignore the need for a MENA category, and in doing so, it has eliminated our voices and experiences from critical spaces such as the redistricting process. As the commission continues to put together redistricting plans, I urge you to understand the Arab and MENA community needs and make sure that we are seen, heard, and represented as new district boundaries are drawn. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Bilal Hamoud.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Can you guys pull up the map that I added to the public comment?
Could you repeat that?
Could you pull up the map that I added onto the public comment? It's P6764.
Did you get that, Sarah? 6764.
Thank you. So hello, everyone. My name is Bilal Hamoud. You heard me speak last week on Wednesday about the importance of representing the Arab American community. I just want to reiterate that this community within itself faces extreme marginalization. And this map here captures the north end of Dearborn Heights, a community that is highly concentrated Arab Americans. And I'm talking a school district, their Crestwood High School school district has an 85% concentration of Arab American students. That's a next generation that'll populate this area. When they're able to vote, will want to have that representation. That's something that they won't be able to. That south end of Dearborn Heights has been neglected for far too long, and keeping these two communities cohesive is necessary in terms of ensuring proper representation. I also talk about the second half of this map, which is the rest of Dearborn, right? There's no reason we should be splitting up the largest concentration of Arab Americans in the country. Dearborn itself should remain its own district, with an addition of Melvindale, and Dearborn Heights that Arab American representation. I just want to reiterate the value of having a district that holds these populations true. Under the Federal Voting Rights Act, we're not protected, but under Supreme Court precedent, there are cases that argue for our population to have that representation. So again, I just want to reiterate how important it is to keep these communities together and cohesive, because without it, we're not going to have a chance at leadership, and we're not going to get a chance at representation, and we'll be neglected again for the next decade. So I asked you urgently, none of the maps that you currently have reflect.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 79, Cindy Dara.
Yeah, this is Cindy Dara. Thank you. I want to just make a couple comments. Prisoners need the right to vote, and then you wouldn't have to. I say prisoners need the right to vote. So, and then you wouldn't have to switch it back to where they came from. But I don't know if you have that power anyway. But the mapping programs, I want to know who wrote those different types of mapping programs. And do you think there might be a built-in bias in some of those mapping programs? But I would just say this, I do not believe that what you're doing is necessarily possible. It might be if you're lucky, but I don't think that, I think that if you take these maps and you've all been provided and pretend it's 2030, which maps fit with proportional representation in the State House? Now, this could be done by some students or by you, but in 10 years, maybe that's what we want. Zoltan Ferenczi suggested having only one house in the Michigan legislature and use proportional representation. Ferenczi suggested if someone got 6% of the vote, they could represent and cast 6% of their district's vote. A district with 5 representatives might accomplish more than one dominating representative leader. So I just want you to consider maybe that this isn't the right approach.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 81, Claire Ott.
Hi, this is Claire Ott, sorry. I'm a longtime resident of Calhoun County and a new Kalamazoo County resident. I love seeing Battle Creek and Albion together in a state house district. We have so much rich shared history. I'm concerned that the state Senate district goes from Battle Creek all the way up to southern Kent County. Please rework that. And although I'm personally disappointed that Kalamazoo and Battle Creek aren't connected in any map, a higher priority is that our entire state has nonpartisan districts. Sadly, none of the maps that I have seen have reflected true nonpartisanship, and I hope adjustments will be made because the higher priority is that our entire state has nonpartisan districts. Our state of Michigan has leaned Democrat in the last 2 major elections. Please rework the districts that are too partisan for either party And thank you for your very, very difficult work. Good night.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 82, Roberta Urbani.
Commissioners, I hope that you have not grown weary and jaded during these months of long days and endless evenings, with hour upon hour of conflicting but repetitive opinions, with most people grateful but none satisfied. I hope that you still have within you the ideals and the passion that inspired you to submit your name as a candidate for the Michigan Independent Redistricting Commission. Back in the 1800s, gerrymandering was an attack on the voting rights of certain members of the only people who could vote, white men. Gerrymandering has been used by every party in power. Until this year, in Michigan, gerrymandering was an attack on the voting rights of people who were not of a certain party or a certain race of people who tended to vote for that certain party. Today, there are many efforts to suppress the vote here in Michigan and around the country. Gerrymandering is a tool that was used for 2 centuries, but new tools are being invented and implemented every day. We, the voters, approved Proposal 2 in 2018. We, the voters, believed in Proposal 2, and we believe in the MICRC. We believe in you and in your sacred duty to repair Michigan's electoral process so that every election is fair and competitive. Every voter has equal access to the ballot, and every vote counts equally. To the commissioners and staff, thank you for the hard work you've been doing since the start of this effort, as well as the arduous labor that still lies ahead as you work to protect the right to vote for all Michiganders. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Next in line is number 84, Alyssa.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, my name is Elisa Urtiaga Medina, and I'm here as part of the nonprofit, the Ezekiel Project in Saginaw, Michigan. We engage folks to participate in the redistricting process, as well as submitting our COI map together with our membership. And as a COI, we're concerned that our collective draft maps for Senate and House maps are concerning to us. Spruce, Cherry, and Elm cut off Bridgeport from the Senate proposed District 1, which cuts off Buena Vista families have many kids in schools in Bridgeport, so this kind of separates them. We do appreciate the Tri-City inclusion and the airport and the college campuses in the District 1 Senate map. The House map cuts us up into 4 different voting districts. And again, this excludes parts of Bridgeport and Buena Vista townships, communities with significant Black and Brown communities, cut off from Saginaw House District. The Zilwaukee Township also excludes part of Saginaw Public School District, and our college campuses are also cut off from us. And this, we feel, is negatively impacting on our voting power when it comes to access to our higher education needs. Hopefully these maps can be amended to fit our COI needs and still be in Voting Rights Act compliance. Our congressional map looks good. We like the Tri-City split.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 85, Martin Johnston.
Hello, commissioners. Thank you for your work. It's clear that this is a challenging process and people have many different opinions. However, I'm here to talk about West Michigan, specifically with Ottawa and Kent counties being the fastest growing counties in the state. I ask that you keep them whole and in separate congressional districts. Ottawa is a lakeshore county and an agricultural county with population centers spread throughout it. Kent County has the Metro 6 as well as Plainfield and Cascade townships that are significantly different from communities in Ottawa County. Ottawa County should be in a lakeshore district with Muskegon and Allegan counties. These counties share lakeshore concerns of erosion, dredging, the overall health of the Great Lakes, helps because a portion that is such a big portion of their economies. So it would make sense that at the congressional level, at least, to have these counties together so that they can have representation in Congress. Placing Van Buren with these counties makes sense from a lakeshore and agricultural standpoint as well. As best as I can see, a true lakeshore district will include these counties as it does with the Apple map, specifically District 9. Please consider the lakeshore communities as a community of interest in your final map. Thank you for your work.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 87, Jason.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Jason Michener. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for your time. My name is Jason Michener, and I'm commenting on behalf of the city of Novi in Southwest Oakland County. My main point is to keep Novi whole. It's a diverse and fair map can be done while keeping Novi whole across all maps. And it's important to note that Novi historically has been a politically intact city. It's currently very partisanly balanced, and Novi does expand farther than you may think, going from 8 Mile north all the way up to 14 Mile and from Haggerty as far west as Napier Road. However, all three collaborative state house proposals divide Novi into 2 districts, 36 and 110. The map strangely pairs the Southwest Oakland County with rural Washtenaw County. We don't share many resources, services, or any economies of scale with Washtenaw County. Novi has one of the largest AAPI communities in Michigan, and the collaborative maps unfortunately destroy that. It unjustly diminishes the voting power of the AAP community. The Novi School District, which ranked among the top 5 high schools in Metro Detroit and the top 10 in the state, according to US News, would also be split by the collaborative maps. The solution would be to follow the AFL-CIO map, specifically P3623, and also please keep Novi whole, 1 house district. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 88, Catherine.
Hello, I don't know if my image will appear, but if it doesn't, I'll proceed. I'm Catherine Gallagher, a lifelong resident. Oh, here we go. There we go. Thanks. I'm Catherine Gallagher, a lifelong resident of Southeast Michigan, now in Ypsilanti City. Thank you for your work over these long days and months. The draft proposed maps spreadsheet on your home page is helpful, and it deserves a more prominent placement. Your maps are improving, but you're not there yet. Partisan fairness means respecting the slight Democratic lean of the Michigan electorate. The party that wins the most votes statewide should win the most seats in the state legislature and in Congress. Just as important, the MICRC should not retreat from supporting solid majorities of Black voters in congressional and state legislative districts. People have worked too hard for us to backslide now. Achieving these goals is most likely by reliance on statistical evaluations as well as by consideration of communities of interest. Thus, I support the congressional map proposed by the Promote the Vote Coalition, map 06155, although Commissioner Eads' congressional map from October 12, number 237, also has some appeal to me. I endorse the approach of the Promote the Vote Coalition overall, though as an Ypsi resident, I do have some qualms about a state house map that splits Washtenaw County into 6 districts. Lastly, please count incarcerated people in their home communities rather than in the facilities where they temporarily reside. I look forward to seeing your submissions next week.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 89, Jacob.
Hello, am I coming through?
We can hear you.
All right. Good evening. My name is Jacob Crevier. I'm a college student living in Holly, Michigan, and I have a few points I'd like to cover. First off, Holly, Michigan should not be placed in the thumb on any congressional house maps. North Oakland County needs representation that stands for our needs as a community, not those of regions like Port Huron and Macomb. On that note, keep Flint together on your maps as well. We've seen what happens when the people of Flint cannot act upon their own free will, and the effects of that water crisis are still being felt by our people to this day. Secondly, please focus on partisan fairness. Any deviation must be at or near zero. Michigan was horribly gerrymandered in 2011, and this commission exists as a direct result. Do not make those same mistakes again. And lastly, I want to thank you all, members of this commission. Your work is not easy, but it's a necessary one. You all stand together as a bulwark to democracy in the state of Michigan. The eyes of our nation are upon you. And in this era of division and strife, you all are the last line of defense we have for our votes to truly matter. Do not falter in the face of this task. Do not bend. Do not break. Michigan must be seen as a leader in this new process nationwide for democracy to prevail. I believe in you all, and I believe in your work. And now I need you guys to believe in yourselves and get this done right. Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you for addressing the commission. 90, Carol Arnosky.
Okay, am I here?
Yep.
Okay, so my name is Carol Arnosky. I've lived in Midland for 30 years. First, I want to echo what everyone is saying about what a great job you all are doing. Thank you so much. I also want to thank the ASL signers. You all are doing an incredible job, so good job. In recent hearings, there were elected Midland city and county officials who spoke. They implied and or outright stated that their words represented the view of the entire city or a certain county district in Midland. This is clearly not true at all, as evidenced by the magnitude of speakers and comments submitted to the commission. Those officials spoke only for themselves. They're an individual voter and certainly cannot and should not speak for all of Midland. So, as a Midland citizen, I'm asking you to prioritize fairness over county lines. The citizens of Michigan overwhelmingly voted for Prop 2 in 2018 because they wanted fair districts. When we have fair districts, politicians must speak for all their constituents, not just their own party. It should be noted that city and county boundaries are ranked second to last in your pyramid of MICRC redistricting priority order. So I'm asking you to support the following maps: Eads for congressional, Cherry for Senate, and Pine for House. It is simple. Follow your own thoughtful pyramid, follow the statistics and percentages in science, fairness over city and county boundaries. Thank you again for your time and effort.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 91, Tara Mitchiner.
Hello there. Can you see me and hear me? Okay, great. Hi, I'm Tara Mitchner. I am representing the city of Novi tonight. That's where I live, and that's who I'm speaking about. I would ask that you reconsider switching us up. Keep us whole. Novi is a great community that is politically balanced, which is awesome. But I really want you to think about the kids. We want to keep our school district together. That's so important to keep the kids together. The way that the map is drawn is partnering us with Washtenaw. That doesn't make sense. We want to keep our district whole. We want to keep our representative one house only. It's a really great community, and I don't think there's any need to switch anything up. So I do want to make sure that you consider that strongly. Remember, inclusivity is important, diversity is important, and also just fairness, because that's what we're looking at when we're teaching our kids, right? So if you break things up, it actually stops the opportunities for all kids in Novi to be able to get the same top rated education as well. We don't want to make some kids go to a Washtenaw based school or anything like that, because that's not their community. Their community has been Novi, and we want to keep it that way if at all possible. So I thank you for the work that you do. I know you work hard and long nights. Thank you. I appreciate you for all that.
Thank you for addressing the commission. That concludes our public comment for the evening. Without objection, we will now have our Vice Chair, Commissioner Rothorn, provide acknowledgements. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Commissioner Rothorn.
works, maybe it doesn't. There it goes. So there's a lot of people that make these things work. And just want to give some acknowledgements to the League of Women Voters for volunteering at the registration and the public portal station. MSU students who are volunteering at the same location, the public portal station. We want to thank Tonic Events LLC for providing audio and visual support, the Dort Financial Center, the stellar team that facilitated this event, the U of M students for volunteering at the public portal station, and Voters Not Politicians also assisting with registration tonight. Let's have the next slide, please. It's still not too late to show up, speak up, to assist the MICRC to hashtag draw fair maps. Stay engaged through email or text alerts. You can also reach us the old-fashioned way through mail or picking up the phone and calling us at toll-free 1-833-U-DRAW, or that's 1-833-968-3729. And our last slide for the evening, second to last slide, you can get us on, find us on all social media and at the public comment portal, www.michigan.gov/MICRC. The last slide is thank you. We really appreciate you coming out and being here, staying through with us. Back to you, Chair Patel.
Thank you. As the items on the agenda are completed and the commission has no further business, a motion to adjourn is in order. May I have a motion to adjourn? Motion made by Commissioner Wichos. Seconded by Commissioner Lett, I believe. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the meeting is adjourned at 9:15 p.m. Thank you, everybody.